He think he know everything, he don't know that it's room for improvement. Lit up, start up, move. I'm stuck in my money, I know that I'm coolin'. You know that I'm coolin'. Stay all the way cause I know what I'm doing. Teaching the youth cause I'm an influence. He don't know nothing but the way that he talk. He don't got money by the way that he dress. Twinning them, baby, you know we the best. Standing on business and run up and check. Wasting my time, I don't know about that. I'm a profit that check right off the bat. You don't stand for nothing, you gon' fall for anything. OG just told me I gotta stay focused. You know I'm the one cause I put us in motion. Just give me the bar, I'ma score and you know this. I'm a profit 4-5, you know I'm a hoe. I'ma keep on going, it's nothing I missed. Going on trips that stay on the list. You gotta stay down and be patient, that's it. You got to your goals, they see that you lit. Stack up the rocks, now I'm going on trips. I'ma keep going till I go to the end. We ain't taking no losses, we taking them guys. Y'all talk about money, I don't need no more friends. Y'all talk about money, I don't care what they say. 1K in a day, that's a cool little day. I step back and shoot like I'm playing no 2K. I watch these females, don't fall for the bait. My money on time, ain't no delay. I try, but the real don't blend with the fake. He said he gon' check, he gon' fall on his face. He know everything, he don't know that it's room for improvement. Lit up, start up, move. I'm stuck in my money, I know that I'm coolin'. You know that I'm coolin'. Stay all the way cause I know what I'm doing. Teaching the youth cause I'm an influence. He don't know nothing but the way that he talk. He don't got money by the way that he dress. Twinning them, baby, you know we the best. Standing on business and run up a check. Wasting my time, I don't know about that. I'm a profit that check right off the bat. If you don't stand for nothing, you gon' fall for anything. OG just told me I gotta stay focused. You know I'm the one cause I put us in motion. Just give me the bar, I'ma score and you know this. I'ma score and you know this. Free tech.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woohoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing a house. And I'm coming to do what I got to do. And I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall, standing strong. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. Sunday night. Called that Sunday night special, man. 3 the hard way, man. Y'all know what it is, man. GULLAH and Ngozi and me. Y'all know what it is, man. Got a nice little topic for y'all, right? Early. It's origins of early Egypt, farming in the Fayum. We're going to see what evidence is for that. We want to keep the conversation at levels that they just can't keep up with, man. Because we know they playing and we know they faking. I'm gonna say this again. We know they playing and we know they faking. So we want to make sure we bring a certain level of scholarship to the fooliship, man. Always like that, yo. We're very dedicated in bringing you quality information, man. We ain't got no choice in the muck and in the mire. Because that's exactly where we at, man. We in the muck, we in the mire, man. And look, man, I need y'all to do me a favor, man. Do me a favor. I need y'all to show some love, man. First of all, man, hit the Cash App, man. Show some love for these real scholarly shows, man. Well, we ain't sitting here just making up nonsense. But we ain't here promoting racial tropes. Nonsense. And we ain't here going against the scientific consensus. Nonsense. Where we fighting against our biases and the nonsense. Yeah, I hear them out there. They loud and wild. We not doing it over here, man. Nope. We're going to let the evidence take us where the evidence take us. It's just that simple. We're going to let the evidence take us where the evidence take us. And look, now do me a favor, man. What I want y'all to do is I want y'all to go ahead and support the channel, right? I want y'all to subscribe to the Science Advocate. All right. Y'all know I've been a science advocate, man, for years, man. And you know, we got to make sure everything is super clean, man. That's why these shows right here are on the level, right? Because we gotta absolutely make sure that our thing is cleaned all the way up and where it's supposed to be. So y'all see it, man, the Science Advocate, man. All right. Keeping it fresh, man. Want to make sure y'all subscribe to it. It's 154 subscribers, man. If y'all not subscribed, man, go over there and subscribe, man. Man, I also want y'all to support, man, the pseudo killers, man. We got the family shows, man. But first of all, man, go ahead and get that straight. Go over there and support that. All right. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button right here at the Community of Skeptics. We had a real interesting week. I get some of these photos together, man. We was at a nice conference, man. I got a bag full of goodies, man. I got you. I tell you. So, man, I just want to make sure that we all tucked in. Let me see if I can get this right here with my man right here. Got you. All right. Link. 1 sec. Hold on. Hold on. Couple brothers coming through, man. Waiting for the brothers to get up in the spot, man. Gonna have our good show, man. So yeah, man, go ahead and, man, subscribe, man. 154. Let me see how many I went over there. Let me refresh the page and see if anybody showed some love. Y'all just playing with us, man. Y'all should be playing. We need to be serious about what we're doing right here, man. Yeah, man. We can't allow them to keep us in perpetual ignorance. I'm going to say this again. We cannot allow them to keep us in perpetual ignorance. Not going to let that happen. Nope. Let me refresh the page and see how many people are serious about what they're doing. That ain't there. That ain't there. See how much y'all are serious about this. You not one hit it. Let's go. We not moving to somebody subscribe, man. That's how we gonna do this. Give and take around here, man. Give and take around here, man. Yo, either y'all want the good quality, man, or y'all just want something somebody gonna make up. And the only place it can play is on their channel. I didn't even send that. Here y'all go. There you go. My fault. There you go. Just put that in the chat, man. Go over there and subscribe there, man. All right. I see you, Joel. What's good, brother? I see you. I see you, Black Panther, man. I see you, Cowboys 1. Big up to the Cowboys. See how long that lasts. How was church today, Joel? I know it was spectacular. Timmy Turner in the building. What's going on, Mitchell? What it do? DeMar Milton, man, what's good with you? S. Rush is in the building, man. That good guy. Yeah, man. That good guy, man. You should probably read the whole thing, man. I said that was a bunch of foolery. I told y'all stand the perpetual foolery. Oh, yeah, I guess not. Scarab Chronicles, man. The Mall Pope. I see you, man. Let's see how many people went over there and subscribed. Let's see, 154. Let's see if anybody showed. Nope. Ah, yeah, we had one person. Some love. See it. Man, make sure y'all subscribe to the Pseudo Killers, man. And you know, we had a good old week. It's a great week. Great week. Okay. So you know we science advocates over here. And when you're advocating for science, man, you gotta stay busy. All right. And so let me show this picture, and I'm gonna give thanks on our serious sponsors around here, man. Got a couple serious sponsors, but let me hold on. Let me do this. Let me get to here. All right. I'll show y'all something real quick, man. See the brothers is pulling up in the building. All right. Let me put this in here first. Let me see if I can find this for y'all. Let me see. No, let me see. And you know, big up the Dr. Mayat class. Big up. Was in there doing our thing. Appreciate Dr. Mayat. What did I do with the rest of the daggone pictures? Hold on. I knew I took some pictures. It disappeared in the Everglades, didn't he? Man. Okay. All right. But yeah, man, let me give a big up. Yeah, you got too many icons in there. Got way too many icons in that gullah. You gotta figure that out, bro. Gotta figure it out. I don't know which one is which. Let me go to this real quick here. Let me get over here. Let me get over here. Let me get over here. All right. And give a big shout out. Big shout out. Share my screen. Big shout out to Mo and Tiffany. Yeah. So y'all gotta make sure y'all support Sister Mo. You call her Dr. Mo. I want y'all to support her, man. You know, she got that urban economics show. I believe it to be on Tuesdays or even Wednesdays, man. Urban economics. Be over there, man. Now, she been a stark supporter of me since the day I met her. All right. And one thing is for sure that she made sure I was at this conference here. All right. Serious. Black geologist. All right. I just so happened I knew the keynote speaker. And we're gonna have him come on. He's a geologist, right? Met a few people. We're gonna have several geologists. We're gonna have several scientists come on, making connections, man. And so what I learned was the key thing that I learned at this conference was that, which I knew, but I just sometimes you need to get out of your they say your comfort zone around wild people and get amongst the people that really understand your language and you understand their language. And one thing they were saying was for you to actually help your community based off of where we at in the world today, you have to be science literate. You have to understand the key buttons and mechanisms to make this thing go. Right? To be in the grassroots, you can't just no longer howl and scream, howl out grassroots. That's not how it's going. You got to be in the field of study, meaning you got to be around those people because that's where the money is. And for you to do the grassroots, right? It's not only money, right? Well, it is money. You got to get financing. You not only got to get financing, right? You got to be able to understand the terminology to get the financing. And to help your community, you got to know what your community actually need help in. Man, it's here. This is where it's at. So big up to Mo. And I got some more pictures I'm going to show it later on. But I want to give thanks to her, man, her support, man. Those conferences are super expensive there. All right. So big up to Mo, man. We're going to have to show her some love, man. All right. Got to show her some love. All right. So that's where we at. And big up to Dr. Mayat. Big up to the sis. All right. You know, like on a regular basis, right? I like to, it's times when I get a chance to actually, you know, teach a class. That's a class, right? They was there. Y'all see me there showing love to the class, man, giving it to them like I supposed to. Y'all see that, right? So it's been a busy week for me last week. And, you know, we serious about what we doing around here. We're not just sitting around playing. We're not acting like we doing it. We're not just YouTubing it. We're not doing it. And so if you read the mission statement on the Science Advocate channel, right? Okay, hold on. Let me see. You read this, and then we're going to get started. Okay, and you see this, right? It says, at the Science Advocate, we are committed to promoting critical thinking, evidence-based research, and scientific literacy across a range of disciplines. Primary focus is to introduce scientific literacy to marginalized communities, empowering viewers with the tools they need to engage with science and evidence-based thinking. We use anthropology as a key tool to understand African and African American and human history. We emphasize the academic and scientific approach over non-scientific methods. And y'all know this is what we're running into. I'm just going to say it. Just going to say it. Our content includes debunking myths, exploring the latest scientific achievements, all right, and featuring interviews with experts from various fields to provide insightful perspectives and in-depth discussions. The Science Advocate works to bridge the gap between scientific community and the public, ensuring that scientific knowledge is understood and utilized for the benefit of society. Whether you're seasoned or a science enthusiast, there's something for everyone. So, man, make sure y'all go ahead and subscribe to that. All right. And now, you know what I mean? Let's go ahead and get into what we doing here, man. Appreciate y'all to delve in here, man. Let me bring the bros up, man. What's going on, brother? Ngozi, what up with you, man? Gullah.
Oh man, let me good, man. How you doing, man? Peace to the peace to you, peace to the chat. What's good?
Hey, you know, we're here to have fun, man. Let me get my comrade on here. Gullah, what's good?
What's good? Would that sound clear, bro?
Nah, you tick cook. Of course.
That's why I had two icons, man. I was trying to do my phone too. Gotta have my laptop.
Okay, do what you gotta do then. Do what you gotta do. We gotta get that right, man.
We need you loud and clear, Gullah. Come on, man.
Yeah, Gullah, he think he gonna come in here and get with us. He already know he's tripping. Don't even worry about him. Yeah, it was my comrade right here, Gullah, man. Y'all know Isaiah, man, is a long-term friend of mine, man. I've been beating him up since his days of being a Hebrew. I think you said you was is you still a Hebrew? You're not a Hebrew no more. You acting like, what you doing? Yeah, you wasn't clear last time.
Well, you know, Robert Greene, he said, you know, it's okay to cling to something in the past. You know what I'm saying? As long as you know what context to put it in. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So yeah, I met this brother, man. He used to live in Egypt. Am I correct?
Yeah, I lived there for 6 months, man. And you know,
tell him why you went over there. This is the fun part of it.
Yeah, well, I went over there for a few different reasons. One of them was economic. I was promised a position at one of the universities there, teaching English.
Okay.
You don't necessarily need a degree over there to teach English to the Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
And so they got various ways you can do it. You can do it at daycares, you can do it at small colleges, small schools, and you can also do it at universities.
Mm-hmm.
So the job I was promised, it kind of fell through, and I had to take a lesser job, paying less. And I was like, well, you know, if I'm a struggle, I would rather go back to the States, you know, and struggle. So, and also, let me say this too, because a lot of people don't know this. I was trying to start a business while I was there. And I didn't know that you had to go through a middleman, Arab. You can't just go directly there and set up shop like they can do here in America. You have to go through a middleman and have an Arab as your representative of your business over there. They put their citizens, they're prioritized first. They don't let foreigners come over there and just do what you want to do.
Right.
Now, in the slums, Africans and other people were able to have like underground businesses, but it wasn't necessarily mainstream. You know what I'm saying? So you could have lost out on your investment. But now what a lot of people do over there is they invest. And so I just didn't get the right information And that's my fault before I went over there. You know what I mean? So
you
and
was
that
going
was in
over there.
2000. That was in 2011.
Okay, so you was going over there acting like you was a Hebrew?
No. You know, at the same time, I was a Hebrew as well. So and I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. The Hebrew cats that I was reaching out to that was over there acting like, you know, they was posting videos up. Okay. So I'm like, man, it's lit over there, right? Okay. I'm like, it's lit. Okay. You know, but when I get over there, it's you know, they sold cats a dream. You know what I'm saying? Oh. They didn't give me the real information. And there was a few of them I talked to behind the scenes. I was like, man, just tell me what's going on. Just keep it real with me because I don't know. Y'all the only ones I know that's over there. And though I'm not coming over there specifically for that reason, because it was a community of Hebrews there. And you got you got brothers, man, there that's Islamic. I met brothers there, Islamic faith. I met people that didn't have, you know, just was there. Like I was. There were also Hebrews there. You had Hebrews in Alexandria, you had Hebrews in Cairo. I was staying in Cairo. And I was staying near Mahdi. Modern day Mahdi. Okay. I was staying near Mahdi Carrefour, which is like a mall there. Okay. And so, you know, I was able to get a lot of intel, a lot of information. I was able to sightsee. I was able to meet a lot of people. I was able to meet and see some of the indigenous, what I thought to be indigenous Egyptians that you find in the slums. More so in the slums and in the rural areas. You get to see like the population that you would basically you would expect to see there. You know what I'm saying? And when I would ask them what ethnicity they were, you know, because I'm thinking like maybe these Ethiopians, maybe these, you know, from somewhere Eritreans, and they would say, no, we're indigenous. You know, my father was born here, my grandfather, my grandparents were born here, and you know, because I'm thinking that at the time, this is 2011, I'm thinking that man, these Arabs came over here and invaded and watered down this population and these ain't the real people. No, those were the real people that were there.
People been like that. Them people like some of them dudes can you could line them up with Emperor Ali Selassie and they look similar. You know what I'm saying? That's the Afro-Asiatic, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Speakers, they had that comment, you know what I'm saying, that common trait. Even the lighter skin ones.
He cut you right off in the middle of your story. Boy,
He good. He right. He correct though. I got long with it anyway.
No, I wanted to build up to something here, but keep going, dog. Because you're the only person I don't actually lived in Egypt. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Is in these conversations, so I think that's important. I think you play an important role to transmit that information back to the African Americans. Where you at, African teacher, bro? I need your email so I can shoot you this link, yo. I need you. Also, I need you to put your email. So go ahead. You was right there, and Gullah, that's a great point, though. Go ahead.
Also, I'm trying to, you know, hit these quick points that I can think of off the top that's significant. Another thing I saw there was colorism.
Okay.
You know, I would meet and be able to network with various Egyptians. These were white-looking Egyptians. They were Arab-looking Egyptians. And they kind of took to me, for one, because I probably didn't look like, well, one, I was American, and then two, I was light-skinned or brown-skinned. I wasn't dark-skinned. Okay. This one particular friend, he was a little older than me. He worked at the he worked for a German engineering company that was based in Cairo. Another guy I met, he worked at the German university. And they were living in a place called Rahab, which is a revitalized section of Cairo, close to New Cairo, where it's all new construction, beautiful. You wouldn't even know this was Egypt. And compared to some of the other areas that haven't been revitalized. And you got to remember also, this is the most populous city on the planet in Cairo. I'm talking about, you know, because they have like these high-rise lofts everywhere. The construction is top-notch, though. Even though you could be in the slums, but the construction is top-notch. You might be in a loft that's got pillars and balconies in every room, but it's in the slums. What would be considered the slums from American perspective. But in the slums there, I was safer at 3 a.m. than I was in Detroit or somewhere else. I was safer there because the people police themselves. that you know that if you do something to someone there, there's consequences. The whole entire family's coming with baseball bats, machetes, shoes, whatever they can get a hold of.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying? So it's the people kind of police themselves because they know it's consequences behind actions. So going back to the colorism though, I had another guy there. He was from the States. He was dark skinned. He came up behind me one day, calling me Nazir, and the Egyptian guy was like, "Man, who's that?" I was like, "Oh, that's just a friend of mine." He's like, but he was saying that because he was dark skinned.
Okay.
Now he pulled up on me a few times. He had a dark skinned African nanny in his car, right? She had to sit in the back seat. She had to keep her head down, like, you feel me? Like it's like that over there for the dark skinned Africans who kind of migrate to Egypt. And let me give you context on why they operated like that, because Egypt is like a cosmopolitan. And in the same way, that's relevant to this conversation because it was a cosmopolitan area even in the ancient times.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Where people were trying to escape their lives and come, like how people try to escape their lives and do better for themselves and come to America. They were doing the same exact thing over there for Egypt. Yeah, and they would come there to go to school because they had you got American University there. People forget that. You got German universities, you got Dutch universities, French universities, and so you got a lot of people who come there just to go to school.
Absolutely.
And if you're contemplating going to college, that might be a hell of an experience for some of y'all in the listening audience about maybe going to school abroad instead of always choosing to go to school here in America and broaden that experience. I met a lot of students over there from everywhere. But there's a difference in the way dark-skinned Africans get treated and the way light-skinned African Americans get treated there. Even the dark-skinned African Americans gonna get treated a certain kind of way just because your skin is dark. And they automatically equate that with, okay, this is a lesser status individual. You know what I'm saying? Because they come over there and they take like minuscule jobs, like as nannies, and a lot of them you can tell they're getting taken advantage of too. Because if I'm them looking at it from their perspective, I got this African girl, she's totally submissive to me.
Okay.
You already know what time it is with that. You know what I'm saying? And so you got a lot of that going on over there, man. So, and it's kind of wide open as well. Like they had no stop signs. They got no stop signs. They got no stoplights. So it's like everybody is, like I said, policing themselves. You can die trying to cross the street and the people will keep going. You know what I'm saying? It's wide open.
Oh, wow.
Bro, it's wide open over there. It's the wild, wild west over there.
I think a lot of the colorism over there too could come back from, like, of course, the Arabic, rulership, but then you had the Turkish, you had the Turks, the Ottomans ruling, then you had the British. The British came in too and heavily influenced Egypt, like doing what they call the Mahdi wars between the Sudanians and Egyptians. The Egyptians at that time were really British and Turkish dudes. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you had indigenous Egyptians too. You know what I'm saying? They armies and they ranks, but the rulership was Turkish and British guys.
Yeah, you've had so much turnover, man. You had the Byzantine, you've had the Arab conquest, you've had the Persians, you've had so much turnover in these areas.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, for us, like that modern colorism, you know what I'm saying, where they came in. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? A lot of that came in through the Arabic invasion, the Ottomans, and then way by the French and the British.
Okay. Yeah, you had and what's so crazy, man, is you had a lot of dark skin, because it's almost like I could recognize the Arabs that were there, and a lot of them were like brown skin. Some of them could pass for some of us, man. Be honest with you, but they just had that straight hair, and then of course they would talk different, but the conversations that we would have would be so deep. They're so like programmed over there, man. It's ridiculous. Like, yes, we have programming here in America, but over there it's on a whole nother level. 3 times a day, they would play the prayers over the megaphones in the streets.
And you better get down.
what they were doing, and you know what I'm saying? It's like, so, and then when you would have conversations with them, especially political or socio-economic, they would say, my friend, you are blowing my brain. It's too much. It's too much. Like you can't give them too much information to overload them, because all they focus on is work, make these little couple dollars each day, go home, take care of my family, and try to survive. That's it. Just like Americans. That's it. Anything else is too much. And I moved, and when I moved over there, the revolution was going on, which is another thing. And I'm gonna end it with this: what you see on American news and on news stations, whatever country you may reside in, right, is not always what's going on the ground. Most of the time, it's not what's going on the ground. I was there during the revolution in 2011, if y'all recall that, where they were showing this on American news. And I'm downtown walking. I got a video. It wasn't a revolution that they were calling it on American news, and I found this out when I got there. So, you know, the propaganda is real.
Man, boy, I tell you, you in the gang with all that, man. That's crazy. That's a wild story right there. And I remember that story, and I was like, man, well, you got heart to go over there like that, dive in. But you got insight that none of us have. So I appreciate your insight, man. Yeah, these are some of the brochures and some of the people I met with when I went to the Black Geologists conference, man. Like NSF was there. All right, the National Science Foundation, NSF, they was there. Talked to them. I talked to Clemson University. Talked to who else? Who else we got? Penn State. Okay, they was there in the building. Got a lot of stuff there. There's a lot of monies out there for us to push forward in what we doing. So this is where it's actually happening at, man. I got a couple of good trade magazines. Here's one that I've been reading is particularly, good. Cement and concrete from the Romans to Mars. All right. Okay, so when at these conferences, they ain't talking, they're not talking crystal magic and all that, right? And there's one for you. Every rock has a story. Okay. Remember, I told you one of the hardest classes I took was dealing with rocks and geology. Remember, I told you that? How rocks tell you the whole story of the universe. Okay, so let me see the YouTube channel. Where's the YouTube channel at? It's called No, not that. And you talking about Stardust. Man, YouTube videos designed to inspire and wonder, curiosity and engagement in science. Every rock has a story. Okay, there's every rock has a story. Yeah, typed it in and get that. All right, crystals in the bag. Man, I learned that water was actually crystal when it freezes. Who knew that? So I'm saying, man, look, we involved in what we're doing.
Big up, that's chemistry right there.
Yeah, it's big up. What's going on, Ngozi? How you doing, brother?
What's up, my brother? Peace and love. Peace to the panel. How y'all feeling?
Hey, man, we going to get it cooking over here, man. I need, where the hell is African? I want him to get the link. Can you send him the link, African teacher?
Yeah, let me try to see if I can send it to him. Hold on 1 second.
So we've been listening to these conversations in the YouTube streets, right? And today we want to talk about the Fayum, and we're talking about some early farming. I think Nazir, you got something you want to kind of show, right? But before we get deep into it, I would like to make this declaration right here for everybody. Okay. And so I would like to start off with just basically trying to understand these people in Fayum. Okay. So there's a few things that's going on here. People are running away from the Fayum. All right, like it was a plague, like it's raid. Okay, so the question is whether people of Fayum, that's in the Nile Valley, y'all, and indigenous people of Africa. And it goes like this. It says, yes, people of Fayum region in the Nile Valley are generally considered indigenous to Africa. The Fayum, an oasis in the region of Lower Egypt, has been inhabited since prehistoric times with evidence of human activity dating back to the Paleolithic era. archaeological findings from the Fayum, particularly during the Neolithic period around 5,200 BCE, show that these people practiced early forms of agriculture, domesticated animals, and made advancements in pottery and tool making. These early inhabitants are linked to the broader population of the Nile Valley, who are African in origin. Genetic, linguistics, and archaeological evidence indicate that the ancient population in the Nile Valley, including those in this region like Fayum, had connections with populations further south in Nubia and other parts of sub-Saharan Africa. It said the Fayum approximately to both Nile Valley and the Saharan Desert positioned it as a hub for interactions between various African populations. Over time, this region saw influences from outside Africa due to migrations and trade, but the early population of Fayum were undoubtedly indigenous people. I just wanted to kind of put that in there, and then we can lay some of the foundations down with the genetics and the population movements. All this is in the game. All this is very, very important. And I think people don't even know what indigenous means. So I already know, that as soon as we start talking molecules, a picture pops up in your head, which is crazy. I didn't even know a molecule had a picture. But pictures will pop up in your head, and that's when the whole conversation get crazy and muddy, and people act like they're not hearing what we're actually saying. So what I want to do is, all right, before I dive out there real quick, and and big up the Sonic too. He was on his A game, and people act like he was a nut. That was crazy to me. But big up to Sonic, yo. I want to back you up in what you were saying, Sonic, because you definitely was absolutely right. But let me start us off before we get into it with the great John Henry Clarke. For this channel here, we don't practice racism over here. We don't practice race science, and we sure as hell don't play this game. We don't play the race game. Okay? We're organisms evolved to our environment. It's the only reason the population in the Nile Valley made it is because they were resistant to certain diseases, and natural selection allowed them not to get overweight. That particular population is what made it in the Nile Valley. Just that simple. So let's hear a little from John Henry Clarke. What he got to say? Let me do this right, because I wanted to make sure y'all hear this clear. Let's hear it from the great teacher, which nobody listens to, nobody cares. This is all the way back in 1974, right? We start our show off with this guy right here. Let's see how many is
mixed with the Africans.
You saying in essence that there's no such thing as a race?
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented and developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race, because nature created no races. The whole race is a man-made thing,
Well, how did people get to be French and English?
Well, different climatic conditions and migrations and amalgams of different people, and migrations of people into your country, migrations of people out. All right. Now, this is an ethnic grouping as against what we call race. If you go back and you look at an old dictionary, you won't even find a definition for a race. Race grew out of the pseudo-scientific development of Europe. And this is what Rogers was addressing himself to, and saying that according to your rule, which is ridiculous, a lot of you belong to us.
Well, in another context, if race is arbitrary, then could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term, and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history. And I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important, because black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are, because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou, when blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black.
We start our show off with that statement right there from the great John Henrik Clarke. Anybody want to add that? Ngozi, where you at, brother? Keeping us busy.
Can I add something to it?
Oh yeah, you can.
I like when he said. When he said. To be Pacific with us African American. But to add on to that, I'll even go even further and say we'll be like, if you go back based on culture, and now that we know Africa is so diverse, we really would be considered Niger Congo Americans. You know what I'm saying? Niger Congo, because we come particularly from Niger Congo civilization.
Yo,
go ahead, Ngozi.
I was gonna say, like as a banner that's been set in the New World that represent us, the title has been stamped. Africa is very diverse, and like Gullah Geechee said, we are from people that speak Niger Congo or within the Niger Congo language or the macro Niger Congoid family. That includes Wolof, Mandinka, Yoruba, Bantu speakers, which is Benue Congo branch, Volta Congo branch, Atlantic Congo branch. Those are the populations that we represent within Africa. So, but as a statement, African American, based off today's standard, that's fine. The technicality of it really doesn't. I mean, it really doesn't do anything, because globally, when a person sees African American, they think about certain people. If I go to Ghana, if I go to China, you say African American, you're gonna think about Michael Jordan. You're gonna think about the celebrities that we have. People know what an African American is. That's just what it is. Even if between a Nigerian and anything, they know what an African American is based off what's been set here and the people that set the tone of this portion of the world. These Western Central Africans that was kidnapped and put in a position of slavery, and they was forced to build this and became part of the New World economy. And that's just what it is. And that's it. So race doesn't exist. It is social construct. It doesn't exist. Ultimately, we're the same species. What's beneficial for our species or our organisms is successful reproduction at the end of the day. If anybody in the field of biology understand how organisms work, biology is the study of life or the study of the organism. And if you understand that, you understand what life is about and why we function. And successful reproduction is key to what's going on. So the populations in that portion of Africa that we call Egypt, whether they back migrated in some layers from the Levant, which is not that far away, which they did. You do have some layers of them that did as nomads. And you have some populations that's indigenous or developed right there. But to be honest with you, no people group, when it comes to our species, developed in that portion of the world. Homo sapiens that we are developed southeast of the continent. Where you find, I'm not talking about archaic Homo sapiens like Jebel Sahaba or Floresbad skull, because they had a longer run on the continent before we did. But I'm talking about modern anatomically correct humans that developed in the Omo valleys of Ethiopia, possibly, or you find A00. The human story is very complex, but Egypt and North Sudan is an entrance and exit route for Homo sapiens. And the only thing that drifted up there is ancestral East Africans that diverged and became ancestral North Africans through time. And those ancestral North Africans gave rise to what we know as mainland Eurasians. And mainland Eurasians separated in phases into one branch becoming basal Eurasians without receiving any Neanderthal integration, while the other Eurasians kept going east and did receive it in monad zones of Israel. So what I'm trying to say is that when you follow the human route, the human is going to do what it do, and the goal for our species is just successful reproduction. That's what it's about.
Yeah, so the population that we're looking at it now was that successful population.
Yeah.
That was able to resist diseases, viruses, and not get fat and die.
Not get fat and die. They went through their adjustments, they went through their adaptations, they went through their level of.
You got to speak up a little bit, Ngozi. They said they can't hear you. I can hear you good.
I said they went through their adjustments, they went through their sense of parallel evolution, they went through their own convergence, they did everything that they had to do in order to be the people group that's right there from that area. They created their own genetic base stem right there. Even with the Neolithic Levantines coming in, they were also partly the same people group that left out. They're not that far from one another. So
it's the same region.
It's the same region. So when you talk about Israel, the Levant, or any portion of the Levant, and you're talking about 300 miles away from each other compared to people group all the way in Nigeria or Ghana or Sierra Leone. So to exit that out and not look at those portions of the world as Greater Africa at the time, for Homo sapiens to exit out, organism transmission been going backwards and forth from those regions that shared since a very long time. Not to mention trades. When you brought up Fayum, and we start talking about going back to the Marimdi, you can see certain things that's in kinship, toolage, artwork that's in kinship based off a trade route that they had in Mesopotamia, or Wadi Hoffman, which is a zone that was crossing between population groups in Arabia, networking with people in North Sudan. We're not gonna act like a type of Sudanese people wasn't in a trade at that time, in that portion of North Sudan, and the indigenous population that was there, and the wars that was going on. But we're not gonna talk about that. We want to talk about the inception of what created the population that was responsible for this complex civilization in this portion of Africa called Egypt, and why the people there today are the closest population that's genetically close to them more than anybody. Not us, not people in Morocco, not none of that, but the people group right there in that portion of the world that's the continuity of their ancestors that were responsible for that classical civilization in Africa.
So one thing goes, we just saw, all right, we heard, I want to get it back to the statement that John Henry Clarke made, because I think that's our calling card right there. Yeah, and the brother said that in 1974. So I'm trying to figure what the hell is wrong with us in 2024. So we don't actually listen to our elders, and we mock them. We talk crazy about them and this, that, and the other. We don't read their books, but yet we claim to understand it. We don't even put their books in ChatGPT. Y'all can do that now. Put their work in ChatGPT. Let it summarize it for you. At least do that shit. Right? So he was trying to cue us on. The one drive rule is foolery, complete foolery, produced by Europeans in America, complete foolery. If you sitting over there listening to what we talking about right now, and you celebrating the one drop rule, you're a pseudoscientist, because it's a pseudoscientific rule. And based off the one drop rule, everybody on planet Earth would be black. I just want y'all to understand that and know that. Clear. So that ain't gonna get us there what we trying to do at all. Right? So the disrespect on both sides of the conversation is wrought with foolery. The disrespect of not even caring about Africa is disrespectful. One side say they black. The other side say they not black. The other side say they African, but explain it all outside of damn Africa. Y'all know who they is. Simple. Y'all know who they is. Oh, they come from Russia. They come from here. They come from craziness. The Caucasus Mountains. Foolery. The other side, right, used to think they was African, but now they black. And spread it all over the globe again. And then when they say African, they don't even know what an African is. So both sides need to come to science. Science is qualified to explain what an African is and what an African is not. It's right there for you to know and understand. You want to add something to that, Mr. Lee, about that statement about the great John Henrik Clarke just put? What do you say to that, bro?
I've been over here moving around in my seat for a minute, because I'm just like, okay, it's to the point in history. John Henrik Clarke did that in 1974. You said, right? Mm-hmm. I think we're at a point in time in history where we're going to have to decide if we're coming under this umbrella or this banner of black. At one point it was Afro-American. Now it's African American. At one point in time it was Negro. All of those are problematic for me, especially black, from a political standpoint. And remember, he asked John Henrik Clarke, is it a political term? Okay. Mm-hmm. So politically ties to the legal system. Okay. The politics, it ties to the legal system. The legal system for us in America, when that classification was given to us, it was the lowest class citizen you could have. the Indians, because of a rebellion that took place, I think it might have been the late 1600s, maybe early 1700s, when white indentured servants came in contact and fought a rebellion with black slaves. And ever since that point, they put even the indentured white servants above blacks.
You
And they told the Indians,
Indians,
Indians that you cannot even, if you call yourself black or you attach yourself to them, we're gonna strip you of your inheritance that you're supposed to get if we classify you as black. So black has always been problematic. And I think for the African American, if you look at us right now, we don't know if we want to be ADOS, right? We don't know if we want to be foundational Black Americans. We don't know if we want to be black. We don't know if we want to be, just calling me melanated, whatever. Everybody's got their thing, right? All of it's problematic, especially black for me, because if you're looking for reparations, I'm not saying I am, but a lot of people are, right? So for debate right now. We're speaking for the entirety of the African-American community right now, right? When we talk about blacks, we talk about these terms, right? No matter where we feel and, no matter our little segment of who we deal with and those like-minded individuals, whatever, right? It's problematic, man. And I think it's going to have to be addressed. If you look at the Democrats, if you look at the conservatives, if you look at the Republicans, neither one of them, they're letting you know to your face, we're not doing anything for you, black people in America. We're just not going to do it. Matter of fact, we're not even going to address you specifically. But yet, they let immigrants come in, they address them. They let, from Asia, from Venezuela, from wherever, and they address them specifically, right? But you bypass Black Americans, and that's done on purpose. Somebody has to be the bottom class, the permanent underclass here in America. Somebody's going to be that in a capitalistic system. Somebody's going to be at the bottom. Bottom line. And the Mexicans, the Hispanics are refusing to be at the bottom. And they have bypassed African Americans.
There you dove far.
Hey, my brother.
I'm just saying.
You dove far as hell. Drowned. Thank goodness the Egyptians wasn't in that social construct.
Hey, yo, my brother broke it down, bro. That's why
man.
I don't like to be classified as, black. I identify as African American. I'm a Creole African of North America. Black is not, I don't identify as that. I'm just being honest with you. So it's like, if you want to call me that, that's fine. But I like what my brother said. And based off the political standard of what black is, that's the base bottom for this corporation that we call America. And everybody trying to stand on that base. Black people have been in the same position for a very long time based off that status. And I ain't talking that pseudo-Morris science shit. I'm talking the real, like what he just said is a fact. Everybody's trying to find their way to stamp over you, yo. That brother just broke it down clearly. So no, I don't identify as black. I'm African. I'm African American. That's my ethnic group within my nationality of American. And I'm Creole. Yeah. It's obvious. I'm a Creole African. I have admixture. That's just what it is.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's why when I title it, that's why I put my anthropological title on it to give you Pacific of what we are. That's why I say Niger Congo, U.S. American. You know what I'm saying? That's particularly what we are. You know what I'm saying? Every part of what I just said, that's what we is. We Niger Congo, U.S. American Creoles.
What you got to say? Come on.
So, for me, man, listen, I don't deny the struggle under color racism. I don't deny that struggle at all. As a matter of fact, when I say Black African power, I'm recognizing that struggle. But in no way am I applying that designation to an ancient population that just didn't have that struggle. I refuse to do it. I refuse to apply a social construct to a population of people that wouldn't have known none of that. They didn't feel the slavery and the yoke of colonialism. They wasn't under the influence of African Americans with their fists up in the air. I don't have to do that at all. It makes no sense for me in these conversations. So when people are doing that and then they bring themselves into it, well, I'm black, nigga, we ain't talking about you. Matter of fact, we're talking about none of y'all. As a matter of fact, if I wouldn't get super slick, the population that we would reside from would be Central and West Africa if I wanted to get slick. We're talking about a northeastern population that coalesced together. That's why Sonic was right. That's what we're talking about right now. We're moving our way through the continent. And that does not mean, like I heard the slick comment on the dag in the chat. Well, they don't talk about our ancestors. Man, we talk about our ancestors all the time. We got an ancestry in America all day, every day, right? We got people that died and fought in every war. They died with their fists up in the air. Where they died to be called African Americans and Black Americans. I will not forget them. So I'm Black and I'm proud. I've been Black and I'm proud since I was 5. And I remember the statement like it was yesterday. I'm Black and I'm proud. So I ain't tripping off of the Black. What I will tell you is when you start to look into it, and if you listen to what Henrik Clarke said, this is clear. It say Black is a racialized classification. Y'all know what source I'm using, the Wikipedia article entitled Black People. It's a racialized term. Y'all should know what a racialized term is. It organizes you the way the person that has placed that term on you want you to be organized. Just so happen they put Black at the bottom of the totem pole. It's a racialized classification of people, usually a political and skin color based category for specific populations with mid to dark brown complexions. Not all people considered Black have dark skin. In certain countries, often social based systems of racial classification in the Western world, the term Black is used to describe persons who are perceived, okay, as dark skinned compared to other populations. It is most commonly used for people of sub-Saharan Africa ancestry. That's even problematic because there's diversity in sub-Saharan Africa. We're going to talk about that down the road. Sub-Saharan African ancestry and indigenous Australians and Malaysians. So was we trying to say that the Australians and the Malaysians are indigenous to the Nile Valley when you say Black people? It's confusing. It's a though it has been applied in many contexts to other groups and is no indicator, right, of any close ancestral relationships whatsoever. It's saying indigenous African societies do not use the term Black as a racial identity outside of the influence brought by Western cultures. And I don't know why don't nobody understand that. Because guess what? Y'all don't really care. You don't care to get science and understand and look through the lenses. You don't want to look at it like that. You want to do it in your own imagination, how you feel. You want to see the world through your biases. We're looking at an ancient population. This is the reason why we do this type of study. We're looking at the anthropologists, the paleontologists. We're looking at the people that study evolutionary biology. We're looking at the genetics, right? We're looking at all these things to reach conclusions. So for me, man, look, they'll trick you all the time with the term Black. 1 minute you're Black, 1 minute you're not. One drop move it is. They constantly move the goalposts. Then they're afraid of Upper Egypt. Lower Egypt. Downright afraid of it. Like y'all can't take a course on evolution to understand it. So that's why we starting in the Fayum, because y'all afraid of the Fayum. Because for some reason in your mind, when you see the Fayum and you see people don't look like you, all of a sudden they disappear from being indigenous Africans. And I'm saying that's not right, man. That's not what I heard in that room this weekend. That's not what people were saying. There wasn't no one way to look African. The only way that we know to be African was forged by racism. When you know the man with the big lips and the peppercorn hair and the small features, you know what I'm saying? Remember him? That's who y'all think Black people is. Y'all can't get it out your mind because they ingrained it in your mind. So, look, man, look, I done dropped that link. So I don't know. So I dropped the link, right? For you African teachers. I don't know if you said that. I'm not sure if that comment was you were saying you were joking or what it was, yo. So anyway, I think these discussions is important, man. If y'all want to get it from a scientific perspective, man, y'all know where y'all can find us at. We're gonna be right here on Sundays, right? We're gonna give you the real Egypt. We're not gonna deal with our biases. We're not doing none of that, man. So let's move forward. So what evidence? I want to drop a link for y'all. All right. because I want to talk through my sources. All right,
And,
and I'm gonna let y'all know right now. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, when you drop the links, I don't know if we can, when you get a chance, when you make it to the Merimdi, I would like to show the audience, and you can use Wiki if we want, the anthropology session that shows how they're described. The number on there
Yeah.
leads to citations in the actual articles, but you can see a description of what Fayum look like. And there's a difference between Fayum A and Fayum B, because a lot of people like to bring up Corinthian skeleton, and how that group, or that skeleton, the female, but she was similar to a lot of the later halfling culture. And we want to like really talk about the people groups that's pushing up and down the Nile. It's not a homogenous thing like people think. And the people there today are remnants of that. That's why we have to look at the DNA based off layers, because each
The thing went out.
Yeah, I think you mean the Harifian. I think the Halfin a little older, but the Harifian culture took
Yeah, we
the
can't.
later one.
Now, I'm sorry, Gullah Geechee, I'm gonna let you go. I just want to say each layer of modern Egyptians' DNA tells a story that's unique to that portion of the world, and we have to acknowledge it. So it's stages that goes on, and it's very important for us to understand the continuity of the people group that shape the people of the Nile and that portion of the Nile. Go ahead, Gullah. I cut you off, brother.
Yeah. Now I was gonna say, yeah, even the proto-Semitic people, you know what I'm saying, the speakers, you know, so they come out of the Fayum at a certain age, you know, a certain time point before they even went to the Southern Levant. So the language, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the languages that the Semitic languages come out of these regions at earlier points anyway.
You want to add something to that, Nazir?
No, I was just gonna say, eventually I'm going to show that diversity was all up and down. And now, you had a guy in the chat, Truth Seeker. He said that the most ancient Egyptians were black, and Diop proved that. And I'm just like, bro, no, we're going to show that today. We're going to show that today with the science. I've got my information loaded up, so I'm going to show you that even in Nubia, north and south, I'm going to show you who was actually there. So we can quit playing games today.
Yeah, it was all type of people. You know what I'm saying? You had what, 2 major language groups with one of the language groups have 2 different branches, mainly, Nilo-Saharan. You had the 2 different Afro-Asiatic populations, like the ones who spoke Northern Eritrea, so which later became Egyptian, Chadic, and Proto-Semitic and Amazigh. And you had the Cushitic speakers, you know what I'm saying, which is the more basal Eritreic branches in that region.
So let's say this real quick. So we got the thing up here. It say everybody understands the foolishness of race. It say Diab's did yet you throw. Hold on, Diab's did comments for yet you threw eggs at him. Apologize to our master teacher. Like, what the hell are you talking about? And this is another piece, right? None of y'all respect Diab's. I'm gonna say this again. There's only one side that actually respects Diab's. I'm just gonna let y'all know right now, yo. Simple. The sides that respect science, because he was a scientist. I mean, have I lost my mind or something? So a good scientist don't have a problem with correction, or don't have a problem with trying to go out on the frontier. That's what good scientists do. Simple as that. So I don't know where you think you at, truth seeker. So you're not a real truth seeker. You're not seeking the truth. That's your problem, right? You're stuck. So nobody will throw tomatoes at a genius. Nobody would throw tomatoes at a scientist. But ain't nobody sitting here like he was a Baptist damn preacher neither. Like he got the words from God and it came down and God told him what the Egyptians look like. We ain't going for that. We had interviews on these channels that talked about Diop's and his work, where he went too damn far and where he was right at. He's in the damn museum. So I'm not the one to throw anything at him. As a matter of fact, they're throwing tomatoes at all of us over here. Okay, that's real. So find a statement where I tore down Diops. There is no such statement. There's no such thing. It's in your imagination and in your minds. You're not concerned about understanding the African world. You don't care to know. You just want to know what you think you know. All day, and it's the most craziest thing ever, yo. I don't know if anybody on this panel has ever tore down Diops. Matter of fact, we're following the footsteps. Diop said, yes, when you come behind me, you will correct me. He understood the nature of science. So y'all sitting there thinking that he went to the Cairo Symposium and it was some kind of contest and winners and losers. It wasn't that. It was the ideas that was put forth. And now that conference, we know what the consensus was. This is obvious as day. It's obvious what the consensus was when they came out that damn conference. So look, man, came out that conference, understand it was indigenous people. Indigenous to what area? Africa. And obviously based off the racial construct, they wouldn't be white or black, because why would a scientific conference fall right back into the pitfalls of scientific racism? They wouldn't. So yes, the conversations is at levels that most people won't be able to understand, not unless you've been following this channel, then you kind of get it. Or you sitting there making statements like truth seeker, apologize through tomatoes. No, you apologize to the master teacher for getting his work half crazy and wrong, for disrespecting that man. See, disrespect, comes in a lot of ways. And one way you can disrespect serious dudes, is lie on their name. Yeah, I bet you won't hit the link though, truth seeker. See, because I don't got to backpedal. When I'm wrong, brother. When I'm wrong. But I'm not going to sit here, right, and let you, with the fake name, because you got the fake name, right, lie on Diops like that and lie on what we do. This is the craziest thing ever. But you won't hit that link though. So you'll talk in that chat. As a matter of fact, I tell you what you got. Got. Nah, hey, don't say nothing. You're not a part of, you're not hitting the link. You have nothing to say. African teacher, for this discussion, you actually have nothing to say because you're in the chat. People in the chat have nothing to say. I'm just toying with them right now. But if you're in that chat talking too much and not hitting that link, then you've showed what you're made of. Simple as that. Show what you're made of. Absolutely. We hear you talking. We hear you type of Twitter fingers. We see it. We see you. Yeah. So, Truth Seeker, you got one more time, right? Because you chatting the patty. We had to get you out of here tonight because you're talking too much. You're talking too much and you're lying. See, I don't mind people making statements, but when you start to lie in disrespectful manners, then I start to feel uncomfortable with you lying. Because you're lying now. I'm not comfortable with dealing with people that's lying. Okay? So, yeah, you're on a hot seat for that, right? You're on a hot seat for that. Okay. So, Naz, where you at?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I can't take it no more. These guys in the chat, boy, they ain't gonna show no sources. They using Chat GPT. Okay.
We ain't talking.
Right.
I threw my source out for the day. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. What you talking about? You know, James, we're not even listening to you, James. Like, James, you don't even understand science. It ain't even worth. Like you're just a funny guy at this point. Like you can't sit down and have a serious conversation. There's only a couple places you can have a serious. So this is my source right here. I don't know what you're talking about. Plus, y'all gonna and I dropped it already. Here you go. New archaeological data from the Fayum Neolithic. Okay, with the critical assessment of the evidence in the early stock keeping in Egypt. Simple as that. What you talking about?
Yeah.
Right. I sit up here and play with y'all. I don't play with y'all. Yeah, I'm not sitting up here playing with y'all. Y'all playing. I don't play games. Yeah, I don't play games. Okay, you got different reptiles. They got every hippopotamuses. They got a whole thing of what they showed that they found, right? Is it a whole lot of evidence? Nah, it's not a lot. But it's enough to recognize people was there. All right. Simple as that. So listen, I'm not playing over here. Okay. So look, y'all can talk that talk if you want. But go ahead, Naz. You said you wanted to say something.
No, I was gonna say share my screen when you get a chance to
what you got?
I got it showing right now. It's a PowerPoint presentation because a couple people in the chat said give us a chronological breakdown. So that's what I'm gonna do. because we had a conversation a few weeks ago where brothers had some misconceptions about domestication and farming, and farming in the Sudan, and when domesticus hit, and when were they actually farming in the ancient Sudan. So I'm going to clear up all those misconceptions today with the sources.
And let it work. I see you, African teacher. You say I'm too rigid with black. Explain that. I can't hear you, brother. How you doing, man? Welcome to the Scholars Corner, brother. How you doing? Go ahead.
I'm all right. I think we have to have nuance with the whole idea of black. It is a social description, right? It's not scientific. You can't look at DNA and say this is black people's DNA. That's not how it works. And what we need to do is, one thing that you've been doing, if you've been explaining the pseudoscientific nature of black, but at the same time, everybody is not there. So for the people that actually want to use the word, you can't. Let me put it in a different way. You can't say Egyptians wasn't black because you use the word black. You have to talk about how the classifications are not, that's not how we do it, and it's in language, and you can't use science for that. Because if you want to go down that route, it's like saying, okay, we can't call ancient populations black, but Zulu are black. But if
not me. Stop. Not me. I say none of them are black before colonial. Not me.
No, I won't call Zulu black either.
I don't call nobody black. I don't call nobody. The Nubians definitely not black. Matter of fact, I think Natural Geographic is disrespectful when they say the black pharaohs. So then if they the black pharaohs, who the hell is the rest of the people? See the game they play? See, I ain't falling for that. And I got videos on my channel to prove that. So no, nobody's black before colonialism. Before racist white supremacy decided to place a color on people on planet Earth. Prior to that, it wasn't there. It might have been moving towards that, but I'm talking about, what I'm saying. So that's my point. So no, so I think the people's names that they gave themselves is proper. I think they knew what they were talking about. I think their names tied them to a certain people. I think their names tied them to a culture and tied them to a certain people and tied them to their ancestry. Who am I to take that away from them?
Well, a question for you: How are you defining the word black?
I'm defining it as a racialized term because that's what it is.
How are you defining that, though?
I'm defining it's a racialized term. Here you go, racialized term. I'm defining like I'm supposed to define. It's a racialized term.
Why can't we say that person over there is or isn't that racialized term?
Because that means you don't know that person. Then that means that person. That means you don't know them group of people. You just following wild white people with that.
It's just a regular. That's a colloquial. That's just cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, come on. I mean, you don't know who they really is, yo. Come on, dog. You hollering white people. Hold on. If you hollering white people, think about it, yo.
I think you white people ain't white people. They're pale skinned human beings. This is Europeans. They know white people ain't white people to me.
Yeah, I don't do
right.
That.
But if we want to make a category with these specific measurements, this specific hair morphology, and this specific skin tone, it doesn't matter what you call it. If you make that category, you can then look at somebody and say, do they or do they not fit that category? The category itself could be totally bogus, right?
Huh?
We make the parameters, but we definitely make it and put a person in the box.
Okay,
look
so then
okay, right now on the screen.
Okay,
people, right?
It says racialized though,
classification, political, and et cetera. So here we
see
the definition.
Look,
we put people inside the box.
Look. And that's the box that we don't want to be in because we had names.
The boxes is fucking it up.
Yeah, that's the boxes. That's why we beefing.
But people can still be put in the box because the box, if you look at the definition, has certain parameters.
Look, racialization or ethnicalization. Hold on for a minute. Is a sociological concept used to describe the intent and processes by which ethnic and racial identities are systematically constructed within a society. Constructs for racialization are centered on the erroneous generalization that you just tried to talk about racial aspects of distinct groups, leading to the denial of equal social engagement.
I see that.
It's crazy. It is a fallacy. of
I see
groupism
that.
and a process of racial dominance. Look, this is important. And a process of racial dominance that has lasting, harmful, and look, and man, and damaging outcomes for racialized groups.
I see that.
No, this is a true statement. Hold on. Look, an associated term is racialization, which refers to the practice by dominant groups to justify and defend a dominant status or to deny its existence. Individuality, self-racialization may not be consistent throughout one's lifetime, man. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying for this show, bro. Like I can't act like that shit was harmful, yo. I can't act like that we're actually stuck. Like we will look at anybody, right? No matter, and if they got brown skin, we'll say they black and disrespect to them people. People say, ho. I know my great-great-grandmother. I know where my ancestry come from. You know, we never left the continent of Africa. We wasn't saying that prior to Plymouth Rock being dropped on us. Yo, right. Shouldn't we respect that as healthy human beings, yo? Like for me, I think it's disrespectful, yo. I start to recognize that African Americans applying that type of terminology on other indigenous people, I think it's very disrespectful, yo, and I think it's very white of us.
I don't use the term, right? But check this out though. Check this out. I'm not gonna say if I don't use the term and I'm saying the term don't exist, how can I then say a person doesn't fit into it? I'm validating the term by excluding this group.
No,
so you're not.
I don't understand that. You double talk. You are validating the group by excluding what? Yeah, yes. I don't understand it. I don't know.
Yes, those people aren't black. If I say those people aren't black, then I'm validating the term black.
No, you're not. You're saying why you gotta say this stuff? Why you gotta say that? Why can't you say what's the name of your group?
Why you can't say them people ain't? Why you can't say Niger Congo people ain't not Nilo-Saharan people?
Because 1 second.
Nazi Lee, I see you got a whole PowerPoint. One. What's up, shorty? What's going on? I see you.
And why is it?
We can see you now. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
What's up, young sister? How you doing?
I'm good.
You can definitely listen into this because we won't be having. What you reading? Couldn't hear. What she say? She
read? Your genetic markers. Tell them where humans come from.
You gonna put on the spot.
Why?
Go ahead.
Anyway, we designed this show so the babies can watch this show. We definitely have babies can definitely tune into this. Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm saying as an African American, the term black means something totally different to us. So like we fought through it and the world just caught on to that. That's fine. Yo, I ain't tripping. But I'm saying that's not the ancient people's struggle.
But the problem is there's a bunch of racist people. And sometimes you have to put those people in their place.
Okay.
Because those people created a narrative that people that looked a certain way didn't do A, B, and C, and they don't have writing, and they ain't domesticate a plant or animal, and they ain't invent the wheel, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So sometimes these people, you have to, flay them and throw them over the hot coals and walk away. And in order to do that, sometimes you got to go to their level and use unscientific terms of race. So that's how I get down. I don't personally use the word like that, but if I have to beat somebody down, I'll go to their level and I'll use the words to beat them down. And I think what we need to do in this conversation is really go through the history of the region and systematically go over every single archaeological layer that has human remains. And we can look at those human remains and we don't even have to talk about black, white, this or that. All you have to do is measure them up and compare them to contemporary populations. That's it. And you can just go from 80,000 years ago to 3,000 years ago. Just bing, 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 bing. Go down every single one and show the sources and just call it a day. That's what I did.
Man, because I'm gonna tell you right now, man, nothing is fitting in no comfortable categories, bro. That ain't even what we do. Because there's a fundamental reason for that. There's a fundamental reason why they don't fit in the comfortable categories that we think they should, because of diseases and natural selection. That's
True.
why.
But
That's
they
the only
still,
reason
they
why
still
that.
look like humans around the world, though.
Right, but my point is the only reason why those populations survived in the Nile Valley was because of their genetic makeup, bro. There's no other reason for that. That they was fit for their environment. That the population fitness gave rise to valuable offsprings over and over and over again. That's why they look the way they look, and that's why they limb proport and all that the way it is, right? For survivability, natural selection is at play. So why they wasn't. That's why you don't see no big fat Nile Valley Egyptians on the walls, because there was something that was stopping that from actually happening. So with the advent of farming, okay, there was certain genes that kind of started to express themselves that stopped us from getting super fat, because now we getting plenty food now. That selection trait wasn't valuable back when we wasn't farming. So you wanted to gain weight. Now, since it was starting to be easy accessible, we trade with other places in the world and bringing in sugars and all kind of stuff, right? Natural selection that played to stop you from getting super fat because of that. So the only reason why they're here, because of natural selection, not because we want to make them part of us or you want to make them. That's not why they're here. That's not why they survived. And I've never seen a stagnant population. If I wanted, I can show you a stagnant population. We can go to the Adam and Eve Island when they ain't in contact with nobody. That's not how it was in Africa. Just not true. But yeah, where you at, Nazi? What do you? So yeah, you got a presentation here. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, basically, y'all can jump in, when you feel necessary.
We will
at any time. You know what I mean? But about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, we
left
off on the conversation of farming and domesticates. And at the time when the conversation came up, I wasn't prepared because farming had been a long, well settled matter. But it's relevant when we're talking about the Green Sahara. So this is clearing up misconceptions about farming in the ancient Sudan Neolithic. This is prehistoric plant exploitation and domestication and inspiration for the science of de novo domestication in present times. And this is just to give context right here. These are the 3 stages of agriculture: farming, domestication. And usually most of the cultures that we're discussing, they made it to this first stage, which was gathering and usage of wild plants. Now, to give the audience context, we're talking about the Mesolithic period. We're talking about right before the Holocene that Ankh talks about all the time. So we're in that phase, going into the Holocene and going down to the mid-Holocene when domesticates make their first appearance. So that's to give context.
That's what Christopher Henrik called agricultural beginnings, when you still had hunter-gatherers on a different level where they'll still protect their favorite food sources, somewhere like a semi-cultivating period.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So then you got the pre-domestication phase, which is where a lot of the groups in the ancient Sudan, I'm going to show, made it to this stage where they were cultivating, they were storing, and so they basically just changing their subsistence patterns to have an alternate than just chasing big game. So then the last stage, of course, is domestication. Okay, so that's a source right there for just the 3 stages, right? The process. So if you didn't complete that third step in that process, you weren't farming. Okay, this is
slow that down. That's a good piece. It's a good piece.
So if you didn't complete this third phase here, which was cultivation of domestic species, where the plants actually rely on humans now. Whereas before, prior to that, they thrived on their own. Now they're relying on humans because you have changed their genome up, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not a biologist, so I'm not gonna go that far to You know what I'm saying? But this is just showing the process, the steps in the process. So I wanted to show that just to, so because you had individuals that will say step 1 and step 2 is farming. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, and I'm also going to show the difference between farming and agriculture. They're not the same. Okay, so let's get to that. This is a multi-proxy study of dietary flexibility and wild plant use by early food producers in Upper Nubia. And this is just speaking to the strictly about the domesticates in the Central Sudan, from El Gaba, from KDK1, that area right there where we see an outlier within the domestication steps. It says the last paragraph here. Let me see. It says evidence of resource intensification and specification, as well as out of contact finds, have been linked to early domestication processes in northeastern African. I don't know why they said African, but anyway. However, arguments favoring independent domestication of African species prior to Southwest Asian introductions have largely been dismissed in recent years. They cite the sources right behind that. So take a screenshot of this so you can come back to this and you can check those sources out yourself. So it's a consensus that has largely been dismissed. But I'm going to dig further into that, to add to this statement right here. So you got that source. This is plant domestication and agriculture ecologies. And all of these are within the past few years sources. I wanted to find sources that were 2020 or newer. I didn't want to go back because the original source that the brother brought up 2 weeks ago was from 2014. So I wanted to get the upgrade, because usually what happens is whenever an anthropologist or archaeologist makes a great find, it opens up the conversations for the probabilities. And that's usually what they do. You see this a lot in Middle Eastern scholarship, where Israel Finkelstein will make a find, or some of the other scholars, and they'll say, oh, look, this is King David's castle. This is King David's tomb. This is King David's ring bearer, or something like that, right? It'll be something crazy and weird. It'll make the news. It'll make the rounds. The casuals will go crazy. But those of us that know better than that, we look at the actual survey, which is like something like this right here. We look at the article, we look at the PDF, we look at the survey. Okay, so continuing on, it says defining plant domestication over here where you see the red line at, defining plant domestication and excavating it, cases of seed crops. Domestication and the emergence of agriculture are both evolutionary processes, but although interconnected, they are different. Cultivation is defined by human behaviors and practices that are inherited through culture rather than genetics, by which people prepare land using various technologies, material culture, sow and reproduce plants, while cultivation describes these practices in general. The term agriculture can be taken to refer to cultivation on a larger scale that is more routine, a focus of community life ways that is economically central, and which may or may not also involve the management of livestock. And you can, you guys can read further, but we see that's two different things, because a few weeks ago, brothers were saying, no, it's all the same, and it's not. I can plant a small patch of whatever in my backyard right now, and technically that would be farming. Yeah, but I am not taking care of my whole entire community off of that little strip. I am not taking care of my block off of that little strip. I am not taking care of my.
Hey, Nas, remember I agreed. I said farming is simple. I said even when hunter gatherers, when they burn the forest and leave a clearance and let the grass grow so they can have open hunting grounds, that's farming, yo.
Okay. All right, so, and this was me just getting clarity for me, and I was just like, you know what, I'm going to present this as well. But this is.
I think I'm in agreement with you so far. I think that's a good. Go ahead. Where you at? I know this is an important part right here. Then we're gonna let African teacher jump in.
Got you.
That was
go ahead. I got like 11. Let me finish. I'm gonna skim through them. I'm not gonna read all this stuff. Obviously, I'm gonna just skim through them. But
what's the name of this article right here?
I'm building up to something though to show you who the actual people were in the Sudan.
What's the name of it?
With the early domesticates.
What's the name of the article though?
This is ecological flexibility and adaptation to past climate change in the Middle Nile Valley. And this is a +1 article. This is from 2023. Like I said, I wanted to get all updated information.
Oh, let me see. That's a lot to write on that. Put that in the back chat real quick.
I'm gonna say it again. Ecological, because I'm not even on that. I'm not even in the chat, huh?
You right here.
I would have to come out of the this is PowerPoint.
No, you don't.
I'm on the PowerPoint.
You can be on a
my
PowerPoint.
Computer. I'm on my laptop. If I come out of this, you know.
You don't gotta come out of that. I'm telling you, to your right, yo. To your right, there's a thing that says private chat right there. Look. See that?
Okay, let me hold on. Let me get you do it on my phone. I'm gonna put it in the
you able to do it with your thing right there? I cannot believe you messed up. You're supposed to be able to handle it. That's easy work.
Ecological flexibility.
Just type it in there, bro. I want to get it right. I don't want to play it.
Don't worry, I'll put it in there. I got it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
We'll make sure you're reading that right.
Appreciate you.
Hey, African teachers, stay on top of him. You know he.
You know, I'm old now, man. So I can't do all this stuff.
Don't listen to there it goes. All right, so we got it. We got all of it. You got the NIH Clause 1. I'd rather get this out of Clause 1 itself. Okay. Right, okay. So I think this one of the ones they had. Go ahead. We cooking. We cooking.
This is a great article, and like I said, this is basically going with everything you've been presenting. You, GULLAH, and Ngozi. This is in alignment with everything you've been talking about, bro. Trust me. I wouldn't even brought it if it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So this is right in alignment.
I'm right here, bro. I'm with you 100%.
Okay. Reconsidering evidence for the uptake of agriculture in the northern Dongola reach of Upper Nubia. I don't want to read all of it because I don't want y'all to get I don't want to wear y'all out with this, but it's so relevant though. But
I'm gonna talk about it. Let's talk about it. You read it already. Talk about it a little bit.
Okay, so the conclusion. It's not really a conclusion, but it's basically just saying that the domestic. I'll summarize it. Okay, let me go here. It says although the second paragraph that I have highlighted right there where I have my arrow. I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but it says although the lack of direct dietary evidence does not necessarily rule out small-scale cultivation of cereals by Neolithic populations at KDK1, these new results necessitate a critical reconsideration of the economic significance of the barley spikes and chaff included in the funerary assemblages. While researchers have argued that the presence of chaff and articulated spikes at KDK1 confirmed local production, whole cereals such as barley were often transported and stored in spikelet form to reduce spoilage. Now, what they're saying here is that they found a few domesticated items under the heads of the hierarchies that were buried in these cemeteries. Just a few, like one or two. And, they ran with this to say, oh, what's the implications of this? Now, I would have done that as well, because that's usually what you do. You're the first one in, you make a big deal about your findings. You know what I'm saying? That gets your name out there, you get the press, etc. But this is giving context to that, right? It says, furthermore, the infrequent presence of cereals as grave goods associated with emergent elite hierarchies at KDK1 and lack of evidence for routine consumption suggests value associations linked to the initial access to exotic trade items. So it's giving context for which grave good assemblages at KDK1 and other Neolithic cemeteries in Upper Nubia prove ample evidence. And it goes on to talk about how they basically came from Southwest Asia, cereals, etc. And then also it goes down here to show you the earliest farming that took place was 2000 BCE. I want to keep going though, because these next couple of slides is very important though. But so this is the pre-Holocene Nubians that were actually in the Sudan. So this covers the lower Nubians, this covers the central and the upper Nubians. So now we're getting into who were these people actually there, in case someone wants to come with that come from the south stuff. They've already, there's a consensus that says that the spreading of farming was a north cline descent, meaning it came from the north and then it spread down southward.
Hold on, so African teacher, you agree or disagree with that? You're on mute.
Agree or disagree with what?
Go ahead, say what you said. I don't in particular.
I said the spread of farming was a north-south climb, meaning it started from the north and then came down and spread southward.
Or
are you the north where?
From the north just means north of the Sudan.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, when you're dealing with consistent farming, yeah, because even the domestication of sorghum was influential to Nilo-Saharans from Afro-Asiatic speaking communities. They started domesticating the crops, their own crops themselves, just based on competition and them seeing what was going on with with their immediate neighbors.
And that's important what you just said too.
The Saharo-Sudanic package, particularly in the Sahel, with sorghum and millet and fonio and that type of stuff, that's North African.
Okay.
It came from north to south.
Yeah. Now fonio, that's more West Sudanic. That's more West Sudanic. The fonio, that's more like a Niger Congo thing. That's what like rice.
True, but in the ancient context, you can find it in early sites in southwest Libya. 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, because they was collecting the grains, the Niger Congo people before they even got to West
Africa. So from north to south.
All right, so we all agree with that then.
Yep. So I'm gonna breeze through this real quick. The Wadi Halfa group
for the audience, just for the audience. So what we're doing here, we're cleaning up the picture here. So I would like to add that there are different things coming from different areas. And I think the way we got it was everything came in a southern direction. As if, see, this is the part to get everybody, brothers on the panel. We acting like North Africans ain't Africans. We acting like the Sudan ain't in North Africa. We acting like the very races that put the colorism on us that Nazir talked about when he was in Egypt. We acting like that. I swear. So the culture is divided in Africa. Different aspects of it, right? Packaged in an African cultural understanding is indigenous to Africa. So I want to let you know, just because I got China in my closet, in my cabinet, doesn't mean that I'm Chinese. It just simply means that the way I use the silverware, watch this, the way I use the silverware will be like the British used it, right? The way I drink my tea, right? But I'm still using it as China and the idea of China is from China. But the way I'm drinking my tea, the way I'm using it is British. And then African American, when you throw some milk in there and you go ahead and throw this in there and extra sugar in there, it's African American style right there. So I think the point I want to make here is, what is the difference between, you got 2 cups that you perceive to be coffee cups. What's the difference between a coffee cup that you consider to be American? What does an American have in his coffee cup? What does a British have in his perceived coffee cup? Well, the American would have coffee in his coffee cup and the British would have tea in his. That's the damn difference there. So each culture package things differently. Though the idea, right, you may perceive come from somewhere else, but by the time it gets to Africa, they add their own things to it and packaged it. That's the conversation right there. So no one lives in a vacuum. Human beings spread ideas back and forth. So I'm just telling you the way I see it, and the bros could correct me, right? I think there are older farming communities in Levant or let's say in Western Asia than in Africa. And for me, I understand that if I can harvest if I've been harvesting grains because I got microliths to prove it, I got grinding stones to prove it, and my population is growing off my harvesting of wild grains and grasses, why would I have to do backbreaking work?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's backbreaking. Go ahead.
I would say then too, the grinding of grains, the wild grains, and even the collection of grains, period, comes from, Africa, and then went into Levant and then became consistent farming in the Levant. So the technique of collecting grain in the first place comes out of East Africa. You know what I'm saying? It comes back into the Levant. It become domestic, agriculture in the Levant. Then when it spreads back into Africa, it's coming into contact from an older, more basal, or more archaic form of what was being practiced in the first place.
So we in agreement. Go ahead, Nazi. You was great.
You spoke about competition earlier, and this what comes to mind as I'm looking at this, because three of the groups, the Wadi Halfa group, the Jebel Sahaba group, the Tushka group. Now, if anybody studies the Sudan, ancient Nubia, you should be familiar with these groups. And if you are not familiar with these groups, get familiar with these groups. The Wadi Halfa and Jebel Sahaba, they made news years back with it was publicized as an ancient war. It was a race war, basically, was the article read.
You talking about the Jebel Sahaba gravesite with the Kadam people and the people, and it basically wasn't even a race war. It was I say tribal. It was different ethnic groups, but it basically was Nile Valley battling Afro-Asiatic groups.
I think I say it was over resources, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm just speaking to. We don't have to go into specifics. I'm just saying we should all be familiar with that. And I'm just saying that speaks to that competition.
You have to go into specifics. If you believe Wadi Halfa and Jebel Sahaba was a race war, you have to go into specifics.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the article when it first came out, the headlines were ancient race war.
Yeah, they thought that at first. That was when they first found it. Like, you know how they first find stuff, it'd be kind of a little shaky, so then they update the information.
Exactly. The same thing they did with
what would a race war imply?
Right.
It meant two different ethnic groups were clashing, most likely over resources.
Okay, I think it was groups clashing over resources, based off what the studies are.
Who are the two groups?
African indigenous.
It was the Jebel Sahaba and Wadi Halfa group, wasn't it? Gullah? I haven't looked at that article, man, in years.
Yeah, it was the Kadam. The Wadi Halfa group with the Kadam culture. It would like the Kadam culture. You know what I'm saying? Against whoever the El Shahaba people, the indigenous people were most likely Nile Saharan groups. Battling like
they were
Cushitic or Afro-Asiatic populations were going to war with each other. Yeah.
Culturally, they were Ibero-Mauritians. Culturally, so let's be clear on that. Culturally,
no, I wouldn't say they were Ibero-Mauritian. They were already mixed. They was already mixed in. There was an Afro-Asiatic population. Two different African groups.
I think the Jebel Sahaba group was mixed.
I think we need to stop talking and just go to the source, because I'm hearing a bunch of stuff.
This is why, African teacher. This is why, because it's not relevant to the conversation at this point.
Okay, so pin that.
Sources are absolutely relevant.
We can come back to it because we're not here to talk about the specific race war. We can come back to it, though.
But it's not a race war.
Yeah, okay. I disagree with the race war concept.
That's why I said it wasn't a race war. That's why I say it might have been two different ethnic groups, but it wasn't a race. I wouldn't say a race war. I say two different cultural ethnic groups.
Race is not ethnicity, right?
Yeah, we ain't doing that. Yeah, that's great. We ain't doing that.
What are they indicating? Come on, y'all are smart
Again,
people.
I stated that was the headline article.
Right.
Yeah,
But
that was retarded.
It changed, yo. That wasn't necessarily the case.
Yeah, they off that, yo. Yeah,
when they first brought it out, they said it was a race. Well, they ain't even really the case,
Why
yo.
did they say that? Why?
Because
I don't know why.
the two different people, because the two different groups that they found had two different.
They saying different type of skulls, maybe.
They had two different.
So
they had two different morphologies.
What were the different groups?
In Nile Saharas and Afro-Asiatic populations got two different morphology, and they two different African groups.
What were the two different groups? You can't just say Afro-Asiatic speakers. We don't know what language
they weren't. Wait a minute. The groups, both of the groups were Ibero-Mauritanians with different evolutionary process. There was like variants, because Ibero-Mauritanians. Hold on, wait. Let's be clear about this, and then this will kill all of that, right?
I'm gonna call them Cardanians. Hold on, I'm gonna call them Cardanians. Cardanian culture. That's what I'm. Hold on. I'm gonna put a pin in that for me. I'm gonna call them the Cardanian culture, the Cardanians.
That's what I said. The Cardanian.
Okay, no problem.
And we know.
They wasn't the Tufians. They wasn't the Tufians though.
Yeah, they was
I didn't say that. I said they were Ibero-Mauritanians.
No,
the whole entirety I'm gonna make a statement. The whole entirety of North Africa at this point in time in history, the majority, I'm gonna say 99.5, are Ibero-Mauritanians. The entirety of North Africa.
I disagree,
yo. They was already mixed in. They was already mixed. They was already mixed in with the Afro-Asiatic people. Already mixed in with Ibero-Mauritanian population by the end.
Their morphology, their skeletons, and their skulls had not evolved yet. I'm gonna get to that.
No, now you making it up. Come on, let's move on.
I'm gonna show it.
Go ahead. What you mean they skulls? Was it?
I'm going to show it. How do you identify? Okay, I'm gonna ask y'all this. How do you identify?
Man, stop.
How do you identify an Ibero-Mauritanian? How do you identify them from all the other skeletons and skulls that they found?
All right, let's do. What's your time period?
Yeah, what's the time period?
We're talking about pre-Holocene.
Oh man, them people was already them people was mixed in with the Afro-Asiatic people already came up from the Red Sea Hills and mixed in with them indigenous Ibero-Mauritanians already, bro. So it was already a mix.
Yeah.
Okay. Al-Qaeda, looking at
right?
Al-Qaeda right here. Al-Qaeda is the group you're talking about.
Al-Qaeda.
If I can finish, I'm gonna get to that.
All right, go ahead. You can finish. We don't want to get you stuck right there.
We
don't want you to get stuck.
If we let you finish, it's going to be a whole bunch of stuff to correct. So sometimes when you're saying, we just got to stop you where you are, and we have to teach the group, because we can't just get up here and talk for 30 and 40 minutes without a source.
Yeah, he cool. He got a source. But hold on, I want to let you know that's between the first and the second. Hold on. Just for the listening audience, I want to let them know that the Cardanian culture is between the first and the second cataract. I just want to let you know that, bro. That's one of the earliest cultures on it. Now, I just want to put that out there for you, bro. All right, that's based off the British Museum. That's based off the Middle Eastern Studies. All right, I read that on a previous show. I got my, but keep going. We're gonna pin that.
Jebel Sahaba.
We're gonna pin that.
We're not of the Qadan culture.
Say it again.
Jebel Sahabans.
I don't know about that.
Graveyard 117. That were, victims of the race war. That was not. They didn't have the Qadan culture.
Oh yeah, it was. They did.
I'm not saying that.
Hey,
you did say that.
Hold on. I did not say that.
All right, hold on. Listen. Hold on. Listen. Everybody freeze. I don't want the listening audience to get confused. We know what the hell we talking about. You said
that's because that's why I didn't want to stop here. I did not want to stop here.
Hey, Najee, I just want to say that it'll take me less than 1 minute.
We can't hear you, Ngozi.
I just want to say this 30 seconds. Look.
That's funny. We can't hear you. You died out in the most important part.
Listen to me because I know what I'm talking about. And I've been researching this the longest.
How you know how?
That's all you got to say.
He said
I can just go to my website, open up something I wrote 10 years ago.
Yeah, why you ain't giving us the website so we can
I wanted to say when Nazi said that they were related to the Ibero-Maurusians, when you start talking about first of all, the Ibero-Maurusians was a combination. They were slightly Yoruba-like, Hadza-like, and that Zuzana shit that back migrated, and even the Zuzana was slightly hybrid because the Zuzana represents West Eurasians and Basal Eurasians that combine somewhere else. So what I'm trying to say is that Hadza-like signal, they already had allele signals that was close to motor. So if you look at the people that he's talking about, which was in that portion of the world, if you can look this up right now on Wiki, it says the Halflings were related to Ibero-Maurusians. But we have to understand what layer of their genetics, or not just culture, but
yeah, that's not what he said. He said they were related. He said they was them. He said all of them was that.
Right.
Yeah, he's trying to say
you had different variations. You had variants all throughout the country.
I know. That's what we just.
Hey, bro, look, you gotta look up Roger Blanch's work where he talk about the ancient North Africans. It was already a mix by then, bro. The people was already mixed in and amalgamated.
But that's what a variant is.
They were mixed. The metoids that he speak of were already mixed. Some can look like one thing or another. But what I'm saying is, if you type up Halflands and you look at what it says, they are related, or they're the same groups. That Hadza-like signal or that motor-like signal is what's the later stream, or it straddles, or it's a vestiges of something that was ancestral North African. Ancestral North African populations, those Jebel Sahaba people, the people calling sub-Saharan African, even though they had morphology that was close to sub-Saharan Africans based off the skeleton, it was still some slight difference if you look at how what's the name described them. Even though they
that's cool.
Close to Sub-Saharan Africa, but those are ancestral North Africans, the same people that were related to the layer of Ibero-Maurusians that they're quoting. They're using only Hadza in Europe as a proxy. They're not literally that. The Hadza Yoruba signal is a proxy, but it's actually just ancestral North African that's shared with those metoid groups. That's all I wanted to say so the audience can get it. Because if they look this stuff up and they listening to us talk, I think all of us got a point. Nobody's really completely wrong. All of us.
No, Ngozi, some people are completely wrong. Because before we even get to the genetics,
you've been waiting to find something wrong.
I'm gonna say something real important. Before we even get to the genetics, listen, before we get to talking about the genetics of ancient populations who we do not have genomes of, right?
So that's why we use proxies. That's why we use proxies.
Archaeology right. You have to get the archaeology right. We have to clarify for everybody watching that when they bring up ideas of Jebel Sahaba being destroyed by a race war, they do that without even having skeletons of the supposed perpetrators.
No, that was just they don't say that anymore, yo. They don't say that anymore, yo.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't say that. Yeah,
it doesn't matter if they don't say it anymore, but you have to understand when they said it the first time, they said that without even having skeletons of the perpetrators. So if you read the article, you know that.
No, they did, bro. That's why they did.
Yeah, that's why they said it.
No, they didn't. You know how I'm gonna tell you? I know they didn't.
I don't know.
Because if you look at Tushkins, and this is very important, and I'm gonna put a source out there. Jebel Sahabans were not of the Kadan culture. They thought they were of the Kadan culture. What they found is the projectiles, the spear points, and the arrowheads embedded within Jebel Sahabans were from the Kadan culture. So the people that was killing them were the Kadan culture.
That's what I said, bro. That's what I said.
No.
Yeah, we're talking about
the indigenous Al Shahaba people was like Nilo-Saharan type people, bro. And the Kadan people was
Please let him finish so he could get it out. Please.
Let me finish. Somebody said that Jebel Sahaba was of the Kadan culture.
Yeah, that's what I said. I got hold on. Wait, whoa. Freeze. Everybody freeze. I know what Ankh didn't say nothing. I'm tired of y'all putting it on Ankh. Ankh didn't say nothing.
Wikipedia is not a source.
Here we go. You say what?
Wikipedia is not a source.
Am I on Wikipedia right now? Hold on. Am I on Wikipedia right now?
You can still use it.
I can use Wikipedia.
You can still use it. Got citations.
This one, man. Look.
You can click on one of them.
Hey, hold on. Don't play me. Play Lotto. Ho. I'm on the 4th edition, Ancient Near Eastern History and Culture by William A. You don't know who that is?
When was it written?
Man, when was it written? Look, what you talking about?
When was it written?
What you talking about? Hold on now.
They
When
got
was
some
it
Yeah,
new
red?
stuff. They got some new stuff on Jebel Sahaba too that came out last year. I sent it to you.
Yeah, hold on now. Hold on. 2000, look, 2023, this is me you talking to. See, I live off my source. I live in down my sources, bro. That's
yeah.
24th
Yo,
edition.
your source is about to kill you.
So it's been
And the root
revived.
No, yo, we
and the
can
root
go. No, what I'm saying
It's
is,
been
yo, we can
revived.
go at least 5 years without sources, yo, if the information is still relevant. I'm in 2023.
But the
All right.
information is not relevant, and that's what I'm getting at.
You saying this is not?
The
We
old
might not
hold
be
on,
arguing.
wait.
Hold on, wait.
Show your source. Please just show your
Yeah,
source,
you
man.
ain't showed your source
Dang.
yet, man. You in the
yeah,
middle.
we can't
Yeah,
down,
dang, dang.
we
I'm
can't
dancing
down,
hard right now. You got me
because we
dancing.
can. Also, we can't down. We can lead us to sources just
Yeah, I
like
ain't
this.
down with you. That's him. I'm not
If you
down
click
with
I'm
on
talking
that,
about African
yeah,
teacher. He hasn't shown the source yet. Please just show the source so we
He
can
gonna
move
show
on.
he got something. He got something.
Okay.
He got something. I won't come right
I
here
put
though.
it in
Hold
the
on.
back
You made
chat.
me lose my daggone place. Science, technology, debating early. Hold on. Evidence, Mesopotamia. Hold on. Is it one? I believe it's in 1 or 2. Hold on. Emergence, dating evidence for emergence of social stratification. Hold on. Major. Man. Shit. Hold on. Excuse my language. Developing complex society in Southwest Asia. That's why you need the book. Early cultures in the Nile. Here you go. All right. Early cultures of the Nile Valley. Here you go. 13,000 to 3,500 BCE. All right. It say while the Near Eastern transitioned to full farming economy around 8,000, Egypt remained essentially a hunter-gatherer society with another few millennium. Like the Levant, Egypt began its transition to the Neolithic way of life, beginning in 13,000 BCE. At this time of Egypt was experiencing a humid phase, which encouraged human hunting and foraging in formerly desert regions. It says one early group to settle in Egypt is identified as Kudan culture from 13,000 to 10,000 BCE, situated between the first cataract in southern Egypt. Okay? It says the Kudans here hunters, but also cared for strands of wild grasses and grains, which they harvested with sickles and ground into flour. They say like the Natufians. They say although they did not build permanent settlements, they buried their dead in cemeteries. Remember, I always talked about they had the cities of the dead before they had cities. Okay, and we can go to Wingrove's work. All right, it goes on to say it must have been an unstable period because many of the excavated bodies, including those of women and children, had stone points embedded in their bones. It says clear evidence of a violent conflict. It says in succeeding phases, 8,000 BCE, people living in the western desert of southern Egypt, also called El Damanians, were thought to be some of the earliest pastoralists in Egypt, practicing incipient cattle herding and incipient cultivation. Stop right there. All right, y'all can get the download. If you're in a server, you can get the download. If you don't belong to the server, you're dead, or you just need to buy it. Okay, so for something simpler for everybody listening, we'll just simply come to the Kudan culture right here, right? Because we can use Wikipedia. I want y'all to see on the map where it is. It says the Kudan culture, 13,000, not BCE, was an ancient culture that archaeological evidence suggesting originated in Nubia approximately 15,000 years ago. This way of life is estimated to have persisted for approximately 4,000 years and was characterized by hunting as well as unique approach to food gathering and incorporated the preparation and consumption of wild grasses and grains. Systematic efforts were made by the Kudan people to water, care for, and harvest local plant life. But grains were not planted in orderly rows. This brings a little more to the thing. This is by Davell. Okay. The Concise Oxford Dictionary in Archaeology, copyrighted 2002 to 2003 Oxford. So I want to give you a picture of what this looks like right here. All right. This is a map. We use maps on here. There you go. See Abu Simbel. You see it in red highlight from Aswan all the way down. I say between the first cataract and the second cataract. All right, this is what we're talking about. And so if you continue right here, all right, and I'm gonna shut it down. I don't want to go long on this. If you come to here, this is what we're disputing right here, right here. Anywhere it's near Sudan. Here you go. Jebel Sahaba. Okay. All right. It says is a prehistoric cemetery site. All right. In the Nile Valley. Okay. Submerged in Lake Nasir. It's near the northern border of Sudan with Egypt in the northeast Africa. Its association with Kadan culture. Here you go. Fred Windroff. All of us has been found as these shows lately. Understand who Fred Windroff. He gave 1 million artifacts of Sudanian and Egyptian artifacts to the daggone museum. I say it again, 1 million artifacts he gave to him. I ain't making it up. All right. And he talks about since their discovery, the skeletons of Jebel Sahaba have been continuously reevaluated by anthropologists seeking to determine the circumstances of their death. All right, y'all can I'm gonna put this in here. So I ain't not using Wikipedia. All right, I got all other different sources. Then it goes to the site is often cited as the oldest known evidence of warfare or systematic intergroup violence. Okay,
I think
then
we wasted time here.
hold on, let me finish. Although as of 2021, the earliest documented evidence of interpersonal violence appeared to be the partial remains of a skeleton at Wadi Kabaya from 20K. Y'all know that's that.
Yeah. Hey, Uncle, you
Wait
done?
a minute. Why you scared? Why you scared?
What you want me to skip? Keep going. We can go back.
I think we should go directly to the source. We wasted precious time, and my time is worth money. We should just go to the source.
You just skipped the whole section.
Where, yo? Where
it tells you who was actually at war with one another.
We're right here.
Go back up. Go back up some above where you read.
All right, I ain't skipped. I was trying to read them shit. Where?
Go down to the conflict.
I read the word, yo. They gave us specific.
Right there. As of the most recent study, it seems like most likely that the war right there.
As of where? Here? Above that or below?
It seems most likely that the war dating to the 12th millennium BCE was driven by resource scarcity due to climate change. Tribes of the Kadan culture partook in a series of raids and ambushes against one another.
Yeah.
Intertribal war. Wikipedia is trash.
Nah, man, come on, yo.
African teacher, give us the upgrade.
All right, okay, freeze right here. Hold on. We said it. We read it. We said enter. Remember,
you know why Wikipedia is trash?
No. I like you. Hold on. Whoa. You can click on. No. Everybody stop.
Waste of time.
You
can click on one of them things and it's gonna send you straight to a PDF with actual.
Yeah, here go right here. Let's stop. Everybody stop. There's some evidence. Hold on, of conflict between groups, suggesting periods of invasion or intense intertribal wars. Now, I'm gonna clear my screen. Hold on. No, but I didn't even start with Wikipedia though, yo. I start with a 2023 source, and I gave Wikipedia to the audience. Now it's your turn. No, GULLAH, did you want to do something? Because then it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you who the Kadan people the Kadan.
Because you can say it's trash. I don't mind because I know you're gonna come with the source.
It
is. I know you can.
My source is in the chat.
You put it in the back office, yo. Nature.
Already there. It's been there for
you got the nature. Hold on, shawty. You know I got to use that to make me see. All right. Okay, then it don't say nothing different here. What you talking about?
That's not my source.
No, this is my source. This GULLAH.
I'm already signed into the journal of nature, buddy.
This
old.
What this is?
Yeah,
no, this old. This one area, bro. This 2023, bro. You talking about?
No, you fine. No. I got you. I got the No, I got the journal nature one. Go ahead. Go ahead. You want to say what about the Kadan culture? Then we're gonna come to the journal nature.
He say on the other hand, the initial establishment of the Afan Kadan cultures back in because the closest related culture to the Kadan culture is the Afan culture too. So they collectively call them the Fayum Kadan culture. So on the other hand, it said initial establishment of Fayum Kadan cultures back in the 5th millennium BCE surely did reflect the arrival.
15
Hold on, bro.
millennium.
That's what I said, 15. The 15 millennium BCE surely did reflect the arrival of a new population element, namely the people who brought wild grain harvesting to the Egyptian Nile regions. In archaeology, the arrival introduced microliths of the several new kind of notable among them the crescent-shaped macroliths and grain harvesting. But the toolkit soon came to include as well carryovers of tool making techniques from the pre-Afan Kadan era, which is the people that was already in them regions, like Nazir was saying, Iberia Maroons, because them people was there too. But these Afan and Kadan people are coming up from the Red Sea Hills, from the northern Red Sea Hills. And they say what this evidence tells us is that the arrival of this new population argued here to have spoken a proto-North Eritreic language did not constitute a population replacement. Rather, what took place seems to have been more a reorganization and infusion of the existing and incoming communities. Moreover, the arrival of genetic evidence relating to the particularly to the M35 in the 215, which is E3B, Y chromosome lineage also accords with just the kind of demographic history. This lineage had its origins broadly in Horn of Africa and East Africa, and then the spread to Egypt and in the areas before forming, from there to the areas to Levant, where the Proto-Semitic branch of Afrasian family was spoken, and also But I was basically trying to explain to who the Kadan people actually were, though. There was Northern Afro-Asiatic speakers, y'all. Point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? It's in the culture. There were grain collectors and the sickles, and that's a telltale sign that these people spoke Afro-Asiatic language.
I like that one. I like that. I like both of them sources. Pops and you and I really like that one. That gave
You about to like this third one, man.
All right, and put you talking about the general nature, right?
Yep.
All right, here you go. Let me put it up here.
So my initial analysis, I was saying there was no race war, and when you hear that, you have to clarify to the readers that there was no race war. Right?
Yeah, we
Number one,
that's what they said at first. What they assumed it was when they first.
Right, but you know the truth, but all the millions of people watching don't know the truth, and they're still talking about a Jebel Sahaba race war. So it's your job not to just understand the stuff you know and be quiet about it, but to teach to everyone in the room. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Makes perfect sense to me. But we start off with a statement of going against race.
Well,
I was kind of thinking y'all can follow along that this show does not support race as being other than a social construct. We got the document here, so I got the document right here. Here you go, new insight into the interpersonal violence of the late Pliocene based on Nile Valley cemetery at Jebel Sahaba. So what you were saying that it wasn't what? Huh?
Go to the introduction.
Yeah, the abstract.
Yeah, go to
and
the
then we'll
introduction.
go to the conclusion.
Scroll down. No, just scroll down.
Where you want me to go? We won't go. I can go.
There's something important in the document. Scroll
Where?
down.
Where you want me to go to? All right, go ahead.
Third paragraph.
Third paragraph right here, 2, 3, right here.
Yeah, right there. Let's see the whole thing.
All righty. Y'all see it?
All right. Yeah. The second half of this, it talks about the Jebel Sahaba cemetery and the projectile points that they found in the Jebel Sahabans. And if you read, let's see, early analysis of the skeletons by Anderson revealed evidence of interpersonal violence on the bones of at least half the Jebel Sahaba individuals. In addition, abundant lithic artifacts from the Kadan industry were discovered within the physical spaces of the bodies. This is why they classified them as Kadan. But where the soft tissues would have been or directly embedded in the bones. Given their position, these lithic artifacts cannot be considered to be grave goods, nor can Jebel Sahaba individuals be referred to as belonging to a Qadan population. Can everybody see that?
No, finish reading.
Well, that's it.
Yeah,
no, you can't stop right there, yo.
Particularly as other cultural entities are present in Lower Nubia during the same period. So the point is, Jebel Sahabans themselves are not a Qadan population. The arrowheads are Qadan arrowheads, and of course they didn't shoot themselves. So if you scroll down further in the article, it tells you where those arrowheads come from, and those arrowheads come from Wadi Ashka.
Hold on. Given the position of these lithic artifacts, cannot be considered to be grave goods, nor can Jebel Sahaba individuals be referred to as belonging to a Qadanian population, particular as other cultural entities are preserved in Lower Nubia during the same period. Hold on. Now,
this is why Wikipedia is trash.
No, man, it's
because
not
the people that update Wikipedia are not going to put this information in there. You cannot rely on Wikipedia.
You're not going to do, bro, because the Wikipedia didn't say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What Wikipedia said. Come on,
that's why we can't rely on Wikipedia.
No, that's not. Hold on, go back to Wikipedia. Hold on. Everybody stop. We're going to stop right here. All right. Okay. Now, let's go back to the Wikipedia. Let's find a statement that you claim Wikipedia made. Let's see. Hold on.
You can click on them little numbers too. We can go lead you to a journal.
Hold on. Okay, so we right here. Now, you said what? Go ahead. Qadanian culture. 13. Let's keep going down.
Jebel Sahaba, Qadan culture.
Jebel Sudan, it say 40 individuals buried in Jebel Sahaba cemetery near the border. All right, so they're saying they buried there. Hold on. Industries, local and the regional groups. So you got local differentiated regional groups. So it's telling you increase degrees. Hold on, it says it's characterized by a diverse stone tool industry that is taken to represent increasing degrees of specialization and locally differentiated regional groups. So it's telling you right there, there's going to be different regional groups. Okay, large number of grinding stones and blades. Okay, that's what they're talking about. Boom, boom, boom. There is some evidence of conflict between the groups. Okay, suggesting periods of invasion. Hold on. Inter-tribal war. In fact, about 40% of the individuals buried at Jebel Cemetery near the border of Sudan on the Nile River show signs of fatal wounds caused by projectiles from weapons such as spears, dwarf arrowheads. Citation needed. So they ain't telling you, it says citation needed there. It says the remains found in these cemeteries suggest that ritual burials were practiced. It's a Qaddan economy was based in fishing, hunting. And okay, so what does it say? It's not. And then let's go to Sahaba because it ain't saying it there. Hold on. And we come here.
It's a time to look for it. All we need to know is Jebel Sahaba is not a Qaddan culture.
Hold on, man. Let's finish. It says Sudan and Egypt.
It says it right here.
It said it is associated. It said it is associated with the Qaddan culture. It was discovered in 1964 by a team of Fred Windrop. Since their discovery, the skeletons of Jebel Sahaba have been. Hold on, man. It said associated with. You know what the word associated with mean, right? Meaning there's room. No, come on, yo.
I do. Yes,
all right, I'm not trying to win.
It's a precious waste of time. This is a waste of time because the main point. This is the point.
You're actually not being fair now. Hold on, listen. You're not trying to be fair, yo. Because you know what, yo, like if I say that something's associated with it, that don't mean that it's absolutely that. It mean there's room to say what you're saying. Come on, yo.
Like Egyptians associated with being black, but they're not actually black.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Okay.
Well, hold on. So let me finish this. Hold on. I'm gonna finish reading this because I want to see what exactly says. So you saying it says continues. You see, reevaluate. It says since the discovery, the skeletons of Jebel Sahaba have been continuously reevaluated by anthropologists seeking to determine the circumstances of their death. As the most recent study in 2021, it seems that most likely the war is dating. So see, if it's driven by resources, okay. It's a tribes of the Canadian culture partook in a series of raids and ambushes against one another with projectile weapons, mostly like arrows, but also much heavier arrows and thrown. I'm seeing the site is often cited as the oldest evidence of war. So let me see, intergroup violence and early and documented evidence of individuals appears to be particularly skeleton rings. Okay, so all right, so you saying what? Hold on, the conflict, site battle evidence, re-examine remains, superseded the thesis, the co-currents, healed, unhealed, hold on, supported violence between social groups in the Nile Valley, projectiles. Let me see, directions inferred from, let me see, legions suggested a series of raids and ambushes. Pitched battles. It is unclear whether this site is a result of a single conflict, specific burial, let me see, place, or confidence. Cause, climate, okay, dating. Let me see, individuals have been associated with due to the presence of artifacts in the nearby skeleton remains. It said, however, in 2021, that what? What'd you say?
Nothing.
We getting to it. Yeah, I wanted to get to it since you made us read them ship, everybody. Hold on. However, there it says individuals at Jebel Sahaba have been associated. There's their word associated with Qaddan culture due to the presence of Qaddan artifacts nearby skeleton remains. It say, however, a 2021 study treats a possible connection with caution. Okay, don't use Wikipedia due to the position of the artifacts and as other cultural entities were present in Lower Nubia. The projectile nature of at least half of the legion suggests intergroup attacks rather than intergroup or domestic conflicts. What you saying? So we're gonna mess with Wikipedia then. So there you go. Now,
so y'all saying the same thing all the damn time. Huh?
You may read all that. I wasn't trying to read all that. So take that back about Wikipedia.
Okay, so African teacher gave better clarity on it.
Two claims.
No, hold on. I was saying that Wikipedia wasn't wrong. So that was my argument. I like the way you you went and far. That's cool. I ain't tripping, but don't act like Wikipedia was wrong. So is Wikipedia wrong? Yes or no?
Wikipedia wrong on a bunch of other things. Don't worry.
No, we talking about
we gotta get back into agriculture. We all in the Mesolithic.
You brought great clarity to it. Go ahead.
The people watching don't know the information, and I think it's kind of a waste of time to just read from Wikipedia. We should already know this stuff and have it already curated in our mind, so we can just and then have the source.
No, we ain't doing that, bro. That ain't what we do. That ain't because based off what you said, curated in your mind, you said Wikipedia was wrong. So using your mind, hold on. If not for us reading that whole thing, we'd have actually thought that Wikipedia was wrong with that. So we're not doing that. We're gonna read from the material. That's how I'm doing it. I'm not listening to you, and you should not listen to me. There you have
Let's read from the material. I made two claims.
What's the second claim?
And we just proved that. Number two, there wasn't a race war. Number one.
Now, why you keep saying you're doing that on purpose? Hey, Nas, why you keep doing that?
But to be fair, he said he's doing it. He said he's doing it for the audience.
He
said he's doing it for the audience.
You could go online right now and everybody's talking about being a race war.
I agree. Go ahead.
And the image that he had the Tushka population on there. And when they say the arrowheads and spears come from Tushka, you then have to look at Wadi Tushkans and see, do they look like a different race of people in order for it to be a race war? And what the people watching the video may not know is that Wadi Tushkans and Jebel Sahabans look identical with each other. That's the ultimate point. You gotta destroy the racism by letting people know there was no race war because those two populations look exactly the same.
Now they
I
had to do
appreciate
some
you.
different.
I appreciate you adding that context, bro.
It's
What?
extremely important because everybody wants to racialize thing and be like, yeah, y'all Negroes was killed by some Caucasoids.
Oh, okay, that's out the game. Yeah, I ain't heard that before. Yeah, you got me with that one. I have no
You
idea they
haven't?
were
That's the
saying
race
that, bro.
war.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, that was a quick. That just was the title though. Yeah, that wasn't actually the article itself. You know, we talk about how they don't listen to the title of non-scientific art. It was a blog, bro. You don't say that in the Brooklyn Museum.
Article.
What?
Yeah, it was the initial news article about it.
No, this comes from UNESCO. This look, y'all see
No,
this?
I'm saying the first article that came out, it was about right there. It was about a race war. That's all. And that's how they termed it, like it was a race war.
What you saying right where? This is violence and climate change in prehistoric Egypt and Sudan. This is from the British Museum. We don't read blogs and present blogs. I know what you're talking about. It was a blog, yo. And the title is for hyperbole.
No, it was an actual article. I forgot who put it. It was a scientific article.
No, it wasn't. It was in a blog, yo. If you chase it back.
Either way, we all know it was wrong. And now the audience has clarity.
But the audience that watch this show already know we don't use blogs. We
go. Not everybody looking at that chat. No, sir. Looking at that chat.
No, don't listen to the chat. Wind Dwarf, yo, don't deal with race, yo. You feel me?
Yes, he does.
What you mean?
Have you read Windor's work?
Yeah, yo, he got one word in there. One word. One use black. One word, yo. One time, yo. I got the book. You talking about this, right?
I'm talking about that book and Joe Irish and yeah.
Nah, man. Hey, come on, man. You gonna attack him, right? You talking about right here, right? Right here, right?
Yeah.
Look, man. You say yeah.
And then they said, and then you read something. They said some of the people that at Al Shahaba had affinities with people from Wadi Halfa, and the people of Wadi Halfa are Nilo-Saharan people, yo. The indigenous people there, and they and even
so
both African groups. I mean, African groups. Two different African groups can have different morphologies and look different. It don't gotta mean it's a race war. It's just two different groups that look different. You know, the Kadam people are Afrasians, you know what I'm saying? But the people of, if we talking about some of the people that look like have more filings than people Wadi Halfa, we talking about Nilo-Saharan people, Sercom.
But here's the question for you: if Wadi Halfans, Jebel Sahabans, and Wadi Tushkans all look the same, how are you saying who is who based on morphology?
Now I don't think they.
I was going to touch on that if I was allowed to continue, because
they cut you off early in the game, yo. We went down the road. We ain't even got back yet. We got turned cars around, yo.
We stuck in a Mesolithic age. We got to get back into the.
But that's where we was headed. But that you had to give context, because the next statement I was going to make, 3 of the groups left. I couldn't get there. I was trying to give West Africans some love all at the same time.
What?
I'm gonna give West Africans some love.
I'm shaking my head already.
Man. About West Africans. I got y'all, baby. Got y'all.
Oh no.
I got y'all, baby.
Hey, so all right, here go the document, yo. You found the word black 54 times. Let's see. Maybe I should say black Africans. You think that'd be?
I think you could say Negroes.
Yeah, you can find the word
Negroes and it's gonna pop up.
You can find the word Negro in one time, yo. Come on, yo. Oh man, hold on.
All you gotta do is find it once, though, right?
No.
You said he don't use the word.
No.
I'm saying he does use the words.
He used it one time. Did I spell it wrong? Negro. Let me see. Is that it? Yeah, one time, yo. Come on, dog. It's one time based on the metric analysis of the mandel from early Neolithic site E78A. I supposed to remember that. Hedgenberg, 1980. Okay, suggests that not the Playa people may have been the most similar to Negroes living south of the Sahara. So what you okay? It says the present quantitative and dental comparisons tentatively supports this connotation. So all right, what you saying? You use the word sub-Saharan
I'm not
Africa.
saying anything. I'm saying he used the word.
One time, yo, in the whole the 5,000 page document, yo. Is this what we doing?
I'm saying he used the word.
Yeah, yo, but I knew it was in here though one time. That's what I said, yo. Sub-Saharan African. I'm just making a point, yo. We fighting on one word. Yeah, but we do know this was written when? And it used the term Sub-Saharan Africa 32 times.
Yeah, they trying to describe East Sudanians or not, like I said, Northern Nile Saharians.
All right, so I knew that was in it. I just wanted to go to people. So you're on your game. So we do know the information in our head, but we want to make sure we get it together because we gotta keep an eye on you though. We just gotta keep an eye on you, teacher. And put your website in there too, so we can go ahead and get you like you said. Put that in there for us, bro. Make sure you ain't the got the wild website. Let me see. Let me see.
With the black background?
Huh?
With the black background?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? With all where everything is black, the whole world is black.
I don't get into that stuff.
All right. Okay. All right. So go ahead, Mr. Lee. So you want to give love to West Africa. Go ahead. You want to put West Africans in Egypt?
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm trying.
All right.
No, click out.
Huh?
Let me see if I've seen this before. Which one? The first one was
the same one I had up.
No, I got
okay,
you up
so,
there.
All right, I'm gonna summarize this real quick because I'm trying to get to the next slide, and I want to let other people get a chance to get in here.
Hold on, yo, you got a whole thing here with Chief X.
He wanted me to make a rebuttal. I made
yo,
one.
Yo, wrote Chief X.
Oh yeah, we was back. We was beating, he was there. He was there. We was beating up Chief X that day. He was there. Yo.
Oh man, y'all got the whole thing on there. Y'all familiar with this?
That wasn't a beat up. You about to read the slaughter right there.
Oh man, hold on. We'll take a commercial break. Real quick, commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Man, here you go. Here you go. Let's see what we got here. Make sure the public get this information right here. You took the time out. Let me see. That look like him. That's him.
Can I give a primer?
Okay, Chief X. Huh?
I want to just give a
What'd
primer.
you say?
This is a rebuttal to his video where he was talking about, never in the history of mankind has quote unquote black people been here or there. And these people are not African, they're Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this website of sub-Saharan African tribes, and these tribes have never been in North Africa. And these people look different from those people. And so I wanted to show how subconsciously he himself argues that Egyptians are black because he chose a website that contains a list of Africans where if you get the measure in the craniometric data, they're similar to Egyptian skulls.
You talking about that website? He talking about he only because some of the people that he shows like Afro-Asiatic people that's related to Egyptians anyway.
Well, it was a bunch of different people on the site.
Well, did you put it here?
Yeah, everything is linked. Everything is linked. It's cited.
Where the website at? Hold on. Where the website at? On here.
Well, you have to
page 1.
Go to wherever I'm talking about, and there's a link and a citation.
Yeah, it had Cushitic people on there. Like them people related to Egyptians anyway. No matter how.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah,
List of tribes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hope you all can see. In alphabetical order,
Look, it
I
say
can go
Aga. The
through
Aga
here and
Afro-Asiatic.
name 100 or more, hundreds of Negroid, sub-Saharan African tribes or nations. They're right here listed in alphabetical order. List of tribes.
You got the fauna.
A to Z. As you see, we can go on and on and on and on and keep scrolling on. Look how many tribes we can name. List of tribes.
All right, yeah, you know you already out the game. If you sitting in your house, you got your name on your wall, yo, you out the game, yo.
Yeah, he think
you
all
walk
them
in my
tribes.
house and they got their name and they thing, yo. You gotta say what's going on here.
Like even though we don't use the term Negro or whatever, even though it was an outdated skull morphology term, a lot of them people on that list will morphologically will be considered Caucasian if they still use that outdated thing because of that skull shape. Like
I know that, and that's exactly what the African teacher just basically said.
Yeah,
he said
not
use
yeah.
measure skulls. Go ahead.
And throughout this article, I make a point that you know, it's not about genetic affinity. These ancient samples are untested. You don't know who they related to. We're not talking about who they related to. We're specifically talking about metric and non-metric data taken
right
from
here.
skeletons.
It's right here. You got right here. You say we don't need a choreographer to tell us that the Ethiopians are sub-Saharan Africans. Ethiopians are multiple.
You know, if you scroll to the bottom to the conclusion, I make like some bullet points, and it's basically the you know,
you got
for
the
anybody
main man right
interested
here.
in the fossil record, they should read it. But the conclusion makes the points, and those are my references. Scroll up a little bit. Oh, these are all the that's my citations.
Where's the conclusion? It's the conclusion, right?
And the bullet points are right there. And so he owes me $100.
Yo, man, he was just conning. He wasn't gonna pay that.
Huh? Doesn't matter. I don't want him to pay it. I sent him a message. I want him to go on the live, take the $100 bill, and set it on fire.
Oh, he ain't gonna do that.
Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. If he's a man of his word, I'm a man of my word.
Share my my screen. So like this the thing we really should be talking about right now.
Pre-Holocene Nubians. I want to see that. Nazi.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to I'm trying to get to the middle Holocene and show you who was there.
When did you get there? Because we only got 10 more minutes. Go ahead. What you got?
Now I'm just showing this is what we really should have been talking about. You know, the beginning of agriculture in Egypt. You know, kill all of it. And say the west, you know, to the west of the Nile, eastern Sahara was the home of several Neolithic cultures. During the African human period, this was the area with rich vegetation, and human population of Sahara had increased considerably by about 8,000 years BCE. They lived by hunting, fishing in local lakes, and by gathering wild cereals of the Sahara, and were abundant cereals such as bacteria, sorghum, and uracaloa were an important source of food. And these were different cultures collecting these different grains too, very different, you know, different type of people. And they say the African human period was gradually coming to an end, and by about 6,000 to 5,000 years ago, it was over. Well before that time, the migrating herders were moving to other parts of Africa, but also coming to the Nile Delta, where there were relatively few indications of agriculture before that. And they say Dakili Oasis. In particular has been subject of considerable recent research and it supplies important evidence of early Egyptian agriculture. It could be considered typical of post-Pliocene developments of northeastern Africa in general. Adikli, whatever oasis, is located in Western Desert, Egypt. It lies 350 kilometers from the Nile between the oasis of Farafra and Korga. And Dakia and Bashindi culture, people were mobile herder foragers during the African human period. They lived in slab-built settlements sites and open-air sites consisting of clusters of hearth mounds. Uh, Elsewhere in the western desert of Egypt, Bashindi-like groups have also inhabited Farafra oasis and Nabta Playa to the south. The Bashindi use sandstones grinders and grind local wild millets and sorghum.
So
At,
so
yeah,
basically, yeah, they the mobile communities, absolutely. And I think the thing that separates them from when you start dealing with when you go past Levant, you end up in Western Asia, like in Ur and all those Ur and those different places that they miscall cities and they're just
yeah,
villages. But those particular people, and this is the cookie cutter model that they try to present. They try to say that since they don't see like cities or villages, then Africa must not have started that. In reality, the difference is those particular people in Western Asia were living in these villages, right? And when one village died, another one built on top of it. So you get these mounds all over the place, 2-3 football fields, right? Were actually settlements of ancient villages, right? Not cities, or it was not a city, villages. And since they didn't find that exact same thing in Africa, then they would say, aha, it's older. But now, research, specifically in this particular work, David Wingrove, okay, he talks about what they found was these mobile communities, meaning like not to apply. These people would come in the summertime. They was far more technical than the people on the Nile. They were serious, right? And they basically had these water contained underground water storages and bins and all that stuff. They were serious, but they was herders, right? They didn't want
yeah.
to be settled like that. They summer home. They moved back and forth. You wanted to add something,
Yeah.
African teacher?
Yeah, I want to add something. The African population also was not under the environmental pressures that the West Asians were under.
Right.
You know, they had the Nile, but they had the Sahara and lakes, and they had the monsoon rains from Ethiopia, and the West Asians really didn't have that. So
Yeah, they had the farm.
they were forced earlier to sit down, be quiet, and farm, while Africans still had the ability to be agro-pastoral as long as they wanted. And then finally, with the last late dry spell, the Sahara,
Yeah, the
they were
dry
forced
spell.
into the Nile Valley to farm and take up like permanent farmers. And some of them that didn't decide to farm, they just said, you know what,
Yeah,
we're going to keep our pastoralism and we're just going to go south
yeah, you're
into
right. Because
Sudan and
even
Chad.
you're right. Because even doing like in the Central Sahara, you know what I'm saying, when it was green, when you had like the area of Jebel, you had like these old Nilo-Saharan traditions where you had these aquatic population that was still living around these lakes, you know, Mega Chad areas and Jebel areas, the Kefian population, what have you.
So
They were fishing and living hunter-gatherer lifestyles for a long time, you know what I'm saying, to finally, you got to the desertification era to where, agro-pastoralism started to take over, and these other, newer Nilo-Saharan groups who actually learned pastoralism started coming in and affecting, and they started to leak on to the new lifestyle, as it started to spread. But at first, for a long time, like, the hunter gathering, that early lifestyle was like, it was prominent, before fully, pastoralism took over, whatever.
So yeah, I think I know the point I want to make here is that they realize now that cookie cutter model is ridiculous, and even in this work that I showed you, they go to Nabta Playa. Hold on, the work
Yeah,
actually takes you to Nabta Playa. Hold on,
yeah, that,
and it shows you.
that,
Hold on, Gullah, and they basically saying that these people were serious and their technology was better. All right. That's not the playa. Here you go. That's not the playa right there. Knob is like a beach, not the playa. See? That's in that prehistory, Near Eastern history. Okay. All right. So yeah. So they dealing with look, astronomical line. It say the function of the megaliths is unknown, but could also be tied to astronomical alignments or perhaps to serve as monuments to the dead. All right. Wilkins argues that these monuments may provide the origins of Egyptian monumental architecture and stone carvings. Says the climate became more and more arid after 5,000 BCE. Desert foraging groups like those of Nabta Playa moved closer to the Nile River or into the oases of the Western Desert, bringing with them their beliefs and practices, some of which may have been found in later pharaonic culture. That's Wilkins, 2010. But the point I want to make here is that I think the important part I want to make here is that misconception of being settled being the best way of life was something that those early anthropologists came up with, and that wasn't based off of lived reality on the ground. I just want y'all to know that. And so they got our heads stuck and they farming. That's not, farming is dope, but farming is backbreaking.
yeah. And I'm gonna say too on that wiki article where I left off at, we were talking about, it was talking about Nabta Playa, but then it's gonna go into the Fayum Oasis to where it was stuff going on during the same time. Like, so
Right
it's
here.
like you said, it wasn't no cookie cutter type thing, you know what I'm saying?
Look, for your first truly agricultural villages in Egypt, we must turn to one of the western oases located 190 miles west of Luxor, known as the Fayum. It is here that the pastoralists experimented with agriculture. There you go. All right, combining animal rearing and crop growing. And remember that article I had earlier? All right, that was in support of that, but the evidence is there, but it's going to be painstaking, and it ain't all quite put together again. So, we're not going to dive out the window with the Fayum, but there's evidence there, and I would like to kind of pick up the Isonic. Appreciate you tuning in, brother. And there was a question asked about all the Somalis genetically related to the rest of Northeast African populations in Africa, including Egyptian and Eritreans. And the answer is yes. Somali people are genetically related to other populations in Northeast Africa. Part of the Africans, including Egyptian, Eritreans, and Ethiopians. This genetic relationship is a result of shared ancestry and migration patterns over thousands of years. So if anybody is fighting, trying to make fun of the brother, they're wrong. They say this shared ancestry reflects the Y and mitochondrial haplogroups common amongst these populations, particularly in the presence of haplogroups like E and L, which are prevalent in many African groups, including the Horn of Africa and northeastern regions. Okay?
Somalian ancestors, like in the prehistoric.
So hold on for a minute. Let me finish this. I want to explain the Egyptian component. It said the Egyptian component in the genetic ancestry of Northeast African populations refer to the shared genetic heritage between Egyptians and neighboring groups like the Somalis and Ethiopians and Eritreans. It says this component is complex and influenced by various historical and geographical factors, including ancient migration populations, interactions, and shared cultural and linguistic ties across the area. And they give you all the different connections and all that. They say, in summary, the Egyptian component refers to a shared ancestry that goes back to ancient Afro-Asiatic populations, with layers of influence from African, Middle Eastern, and Mediterranean sources, linking the Egyptians genetically to other Northeast African populations like Somalis, Eritreans, and Ethiopians. I just wanted to put it out there for in support of my brother. He actually got it right, and he got laughed at. Like
Yeah,
they threw
Somali-
tomatoes at him.
yeah, Somalians weren't even all the way in the area that they at now. Like they migrated from northern regions, like in pre-dynastic, like not pre-dynastic, but prehistoric Egypt. The Cushitic ancestors of Somalians were like further north in the Red Sea Hill regions. You know what I'm saying? That's where they brought their pastoralist customs and stuff from those regions. You know what I'm saying? Eastern lowland Cushitic speakers. You know what I'm saying? So they come from those northern regions and travel further south into the Horn.
All right, go ahead. Got you. Appreciate you, Gullah.
You ready? All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me try to summarize this. Wadi Halfa, Jebel Sahaba, Tushka, Al-Qadai. We're talking again about the pre-Holocene Nubians. All of these groups were variations. They were variants of Ibero-Maurusians, okay?
No,
Wadi Halfa.
Disagree with that, bro.
If you disagree, no problem, bro. I'm going to a source right after this. Okay?
Did you say, can you get there?
I'm going to a source right after this, right here, bro. Can I get there?
What's the date?
You know, I've already said don't come on here just talking.
Yeah, you know it.
So I'm not gonna do it. I already know I'm on here with guys that know what they're talking about. So I'm definitely not on here just saying stuff, man. But I'm trying to get to the mid-Holocene, which is coming up when we're talking about farming to bring it back home. Okay? Wadi Halfa, Jebel Sahaba, Tushka groups were not indigenous to the area of Nubia. They were not indigenous to the region, to Northeast Africa in general. They come out of the Sahara, along the Sahel, and eventually make their way into Nubia seasonally.
Mm-hmm.
Those three groups move out of the area, go back into the Sahel, go back into the Sahara. Those three groups at the top. Okay? They do not make it into, they do not make it into the Holocene. And I'm going to read a source to back that up. After I read the source to back that up, if you disagree with the source, no problem.
You said the groups don't do what? Say it again. They don't make it. I
said the three groups, the Wadi Halfa, the Jebel Sahaba, the Tushka groups leave the area. They're in first of all, they're in Lower Nubia, they're in Northern Sudan. They leave the area before the Holocene. The Al-Qadai group stays in Central Nubia, Central Sudan. They stay. Their skulls at the time, prior to the Holocene, were robust. Their skeletons were massive. They were very thick. Okay, that describes an Ibero-Maurusian. They have very thick skeletons and they have very robust skulls. So they would have been like modern day MMA fighters that are like heavyweights. You know, African Americans had the thick legs, the big trunk, all of that, big thick back. You know, but anyway, let me move on. The Al-Qadai lose their robustity during the Holocene. Let me move on. The Al-Qadai lose their robustity during the Holocene, right? The Wadi Halfa, Jebel Sahaba, Tushka groups, they were indigenous to West Africa. So for West Africans that are on here and you wondering what role you played in the indigenous populations of Northeast Africa, your ancestors would have possibly been related to those three groups because those were indigenous West Africans.
Nah,
okay?
Bro.
So, okay, let me go to the source.
Hold on, what?
Let me go to the source now.
Hold on, bro.
No, what you say?
Let me go to the source now.
No, what you say?
What time period?
Okay.
No, what you say?
I'm going to say it again. Wadi Halfa, Jebel Sahaba were West Africans. They were West Africans.
Oh shit.
Nah, bro.
Okay.
Nah, bro.
Nah, wait. They don't contribute. They don't contribute to the gene pool of the Holocene Nubians at all.
Where you getting
Okay,
that from?
because they left the area.
You saying they was over there though? They was in Sudan?
Yes, sir.
Well,
all right, go ahead.
This should not be news. Once again, they're
the Nilo-Saharan. Okay.
Okay. This should not be news. They're Ibero-Russians. This should not be news.
No,
okay, let me go straight to the chart. But this is showing the Ibero-Russian movement. This is show them all meeting here in the Green Sahara. We're talking about the Green Sahara, right?
Yeah.
This is showing their convergence and where they were meeting at in the Green Sahara.
I got you.
Right?
I got
you. This is showing them West Africans coming into Nubia here on the map.
No, you messed it up.
Okay, let me go to the source. Let me go to the source. This is go ahead, bro. I'll let you make my premise. Go ahead.
You're right. No, you're right. My apologies. It's a gentleman's game. Go ahead, brother.
This is In Pursuit of Language in Prehistory.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. This image here, this image comes from that book.
That's already.
Actually,
I have that book.
Actually, that's out of place. That's out of place. But I'm going to use that for some. But that
hold on for a minute.
That's just the cover. This is a dental anthropological hypotheses relating to the ethnogenesis origin. Right. This is Christy G. Turner. Now, the Al-Qaeda group, they evolve and become gracile. So they lose their thickness of their skeletons. Remember, they changed their diet. Now they're eating more plants. They bring that technology into Central Nubia. That technology came from the Talfaret mectoids in Morocco. Remember, they were playing with pre-domestication up there, but they didn't evolve into full-blown domestication like the Natufians did, which is they both have the same ancestral.
Where are you reading this at?
Let me just stick to this. Man, because it says the above diachronic. Diachronic just means evolution, right? The above diachronic comparative dental studies of North Africa showed that there was a significant change in dental trait frequencies, genetic discontinuity between the Pleistocene and the Holocene populations.
Okay.
Whereas continuity has been the situation for most of the latter Holocene. Late Pleistocene Neolithic Nubians were dentally much like West Africans and other Africans south of the Sahara.
Read that
this
again.
Is illustrated.
No, read it
okay?
again. Read that again. Read that again.
Okay. The above diachronic, and like I said, diachronic just means evolution. Compared to dental studies of North Africa.
We squinting our eyes. That's in a book?
Yes, sir.
What's the name of the book?
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
What's the name of the book? Go ahead.
Bro. Come on now. Okay. The above diachronic comparative dental studies of North Africa showed that there was a significant change in dental trait frequencies, genetic discontinuity between the Pleistocene and Holocene populations, whereas continuity has been the situation for most of the latter Holocene. Late Pleistocene, Mesolithic Nubians, the ones we were talking about, right, were dentally much like West Africans and other Africans south of the Sahara.
Okay, did you read that? They didn't say they was West Africans though, bro. See, that's
what is you talking about?
Because you said they was West Africans.
I got a question for you.
It says, look, you didn't hear it. It says dentally like West Africans.
No.
I got a question for you.
I'm not done. I got more sources.
Again. Just read the sentence again.
I know you have more sources. I just want to know, like, when did you come up with this? Is it something that you've been hypothesizing for years, or did you just kind of just go through the data and figure this out?
I'm gonna read the dental sentence again. Go ahead.
This is data. this is data that I've always like seen throughout the years, but I had no need to present it or put it together until this Green Sahara conversation came up. And you last week. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
go ahead.
From
how many years? When you say years, how many years?
1994, yo. It says the above. You gotta make that bigger, yo, because I think you've taken out work. Make that bigger.
He said,
I see a word here that ain't in there. Make it a little bit.
Make it bigger.
Yeah, yo, what's the word? The dental between the Pliocene and the Holocene population, whereas make that bigger. Yeah, but that.
Let me see if I can.
You definitely can
make it bigger, man.
Yes, you can make it real bigger so we can read it. I see the highlighted yellow. Where's the thing at?
Let me see. I'm trying to make. I don't know, for some reason on this, I'm gonna have to get out of it. Hold on. To make it bigger. Yeah, I gotta.
Oh, that's your thing. Oh, you cut and paste that on what?
The bottom left-hand side.
You said cut and paste what?
He said on the left-hand side, yo.
The bottom.
All of them is articles, bro. All those are articles.
I know, but you just stopped throwing shit together, yo. Really, yo?
You said throwing it together.
Yeah, yo, is that a book? Where's the book? You took a page out of, okay. That's bigger? The Holocene population?
I can't make it no bigger. It's my whole entire screen. I can't make it no bigger.
Fine. The Holocene population.
We need to read the source of this entirety.
I know. Go up a little bit where you talk about the dental. I want to hear that word in between there.
The above comparative dental studies of North Africa showed that there was a significant change in dental trait frequencies, genetic discontinuity between the Pliocene, which is the Mesolithic, and Holocene populations. So there was discontinuity, meaning that the groups that you see on the other side that come in later, I'm going to show you where they come from. I'm going to show you where they come from. Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. It says, whereas continuity has been the situation for most of the latter Holocene. So from 5000 BCE, when Lower Nubia is reoccupied, it's occupied by new people.
All right,
they're coming to the area. I'm going to show you who the new people are.
No, keep reading though. The later Holocene, Mesolithic.
Okay. This is later Pliocene Neolithic Nubians were dentally much like West Africans and other Africans south of the Sahara.
I know. I know. So hold on, yo. So okay, that ain't saying they was West Africans though, yo. You gotta stop that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not listening to you. What you're reading is not saying that.
Okay, let's quantify it.
No, where do you quantify that? What you just read didn't say that, and you showed us a map. It was a wild map.
How did Ibero-Mauritanians
I don't know.
get into Nubia?
Listen, that's not the point I'm making. I'm simply saying what you just read didn't say that, yo.
Hey, Nazir Lee, if I can get the mic for a little bit.
What's your source?
Eric Becker, The Prehistoric Inhabitants of Wadi Howard. That's my source.
So is that Jebel Sahaba? Is that Wadi Howard? Is that Tushka?
It has the sample in there. This was published in 2011. I would suggest that you read it. I put it in the back. I mean, what you have good information, but like, I mean, you can't sort of make it up as you go along and then spend 2 weeks gathering something put it all together. It don't work like that. And there's people that's been reading this stuff and looking at these samples for years. When I say years, I mean 10 to 15 years. And so, like, to say those populations come from West Africa, ask yourself, what is the archaeological precursor in West Africa? As far as fossils, human fossils, it don't exist. What's the lithic precursor? Right? If they came from West Africa, you would see, West African stone tools come from West Africa into the Nile Valley. You don't see that, right? Tushka, we just learned, is the Kadan culture. Are you saying the Kadan culture come from West Africa? I mean, is that?
Yo, I'm just saying what you read didn't say that.
If you wanna have a real discussion, and we just specifically talk about Ibero. Hold on.
I already had this real discussion with real scholars 15 years ago.
So why are you? So my question to you is, are you saying this? This is what I want to know from you right now, so we can have it on the record. Are you saying that Wadi Halfa, Jebel Sahaba are not Ibero-Mauritanians?
No.
Yes or no?
I'm also
yes
saying,
or no?
I'm also saying
yes. I want a yes or no.
Look like that,
because if you say no, they're not. Conversation is over with. They have to come from somewhere. Where do Ibero-Mauritanians come from?
What time period is this? They come from the.
We are in the Mesolithic.
They come from the Juzana people. They come from the Juzana people and they mix with Assyrian populations, yo. That's where they come from. Hey, bro.
No, I'm saying, what direction did they come from to get to Nubia?
They came from
I'm
saying what time? No, what time period? No, what time period are we talking about?
Mesolithic Nubians. We are talking about Mesolithic Nubians.
No,
what direction did they come from to get into Nubia? It's a simple question.
No, I just need to know what time period we're talking about, bro.
I said it 4 times. I said Mesolithic Nubians. What direction do they come from to get into Nubia?
Do you have a number? Do you have a number on this time period?
12,000 BCE.
12,000. That's not.
Hey, Gullah.
Like, yeah.
They was already there. That's the answer.
Yeah, they was already there.
How do I know they was already there? Because the populations that's there 9,000 years ago look just like the ones that's there 12,000 years ago, look just like the ones that's there 18,000 years ago.
Yeah, them ancient North Africans.
35,000 years ago. It's always been people there.
Yeah, them the people that
fossil record. This is something that can be answered by the fossil record. You don't have to say they come from West Africa. If every precursor population in the region also has teeth like that.
I got a very interesting map.
Clearly, you're not looking at the chart that's right next to right here, where you see table 2, and it shows every group in the area was in the study. Every group that you know that comes out of Nubia was in the study. The A group, the C group, the Christian Nubian, the Morotic, all of them were in the study. The only groups that diverged, was the Mesolithic Nubians. And I got other sources on this.
Mesolithic Nubians are Nilo-Saharan people, so of course they're gonna have dental morphology similar to Niger-Kaddofian populations, because those are West Sudanians.
That's an assumption. That is an assumption that there were Nilo-Saharan speakers. That's
Gullah,
an assumption.
you running with that language.
No, I am gonna run with that. What proto Nilo-Saharan? They weren't contemporary Nilo-Saharans. They were the ancestors of them people, bro. I got the homie BR. I got my homie BR from Sudan who do heavy research on it though, bro. Them people.
I do heavy research on it too.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you this: there's DNA studies that are going to be published of some of these populations that look like that, and everybody's going to be surprised that they are not Nilo-Saharan, and they are Saharo-Sudanic cultural groups.
This is a well-settled issue.
Bro,
this continuity
them are ancestors of Nilo-Saharan populations, bro. People are aquatic people, bro.
This is a well-settled issue. This is consensus, y'all. Mesolithic Nubians are not the Holocene Nubians. What is we talking about right now?
You know what, Nazar Lee? What you're describing, and I'll explain it for the readers here. What he's describing is Neolithic groups like A group.
He's talking about refugiums, like a refuge, like refuge areas.
Yeah, let me just describe this real quick. So what he's describing is Neolithic groups having a more North African like dental pattern, mass reduced teeth. Their teeth are smaller, for specialized in chewing grain and things like that.
That's a mixing up too.
That's not it. Don't limit. That's not it. Don't limit. That's not it.
If I can finish, this is how Badarians look. This is how Nakadans look. This is how ancient Egyptians look. And so when they look at these teeth, they say, okay, this is a population that is biologically North African. They're different from sub-Saharan Africans who have mass additive teeth or larger teeth typical of hunter-gatherers, right? And so they look at older populations in Egypt and in Nubia and say these older populations have this sub-Saharan style teeth. These newer populations have this North African, West Asian dental profile. So sometime throughout history, this older group was erased and these new populations with these newer type dental patterns replaced the old population. And they use that as a proxy for ancestry in lieu of ancient DNA. The issue with this, and what, he's reading it, but the Al-Qaeda population is a Mesolithic population, and they don't have the sub-Saharan mass additive dental pattern. They actually have a North African dental pattern. So what the data shows is, okay, maybe no one was erased. Maybe there is continuity between the old groups and the new groups. It's just this specific group that has this tooth pattern, which is Al-Qaeda in Central Sudan. They're the group that the later people are descended from, and not Jebel Sahabans. That is the story. And for the people watching, you can look at the work of Joel Irish. He's the one that does all the teeth. You can Google Joel Irish Al-Qaeda, and that's AL space KHIDAY. It's a population that is contemporary with Natufians. So Al-Qaeda is already like 15,000 years old and already has that quote unquote mixed looking North African.
Yeah, they already mixed up with Africans by then. They already, you know what I'm saying?
Well, they may not be mixed. When I say mixed,
so you saying, so we talking about Shaba with the whole thing with the interracial war. I mean, not racial, but the inter
That's what I'm.
You saying they came from Africa? That's what you saying? That source is saying. I'm just making
people
sure.
People been mixing for 20.
Is that what you're trying to say?
23,000 years, bro, with back migrations. Right? That shit already been going on. From people from the Red Sea Hills, anyway.
Yeah, y'all can't. You hear what I said?
Yes, Mario Gatto. She also agrees to it as well. She's one of the foremost prominent scholars on Nubian studies. She has stated that there is discontinuity between Mesolithic and Holocene populations. Al-Qaeda, he was right, but you're mixing it. Al-Qaeda stayed in the area. They didn't leave like the other three groups did. Al-Qaeda stayed, they become, and I stated, they become more gracile.
But you mixing it up with this mess stuff, bro. Ain't nobody saying nothing about no, bro. Hey, can you please share my screen, y'all?
How do you know they stayed if these are mobile pastor?
So hold on. So we know this is way before.
They have the archaeological studies, bro.
No. Hold on.
Archaeological studies to say they stayed.
Nazir. So this is long before Nubian civilizations in Egypt. We agree to that?
No, this is not, because one of them, Al-Qaeda, is the foundational group of the Central Sudanese populations, which become the Kerma, the Karduka, the R12, and the El Gaba. That's why this was important,
right there, bro. Yeah, you overshot your mark. You was doing all right. Now you overshot your mark, yo.
Hey, can you share my screen real quick?
I overshoot my mark when you don't even have a source in front of you, bro. You just on some. It don't sound right.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not. What you talking about?
I didn't even hit you. I didn't even hit you with the real haymaker. I didn't even hit you with that.
You should read the Eric Becker thesis that I put in the back chat.
This is the Mesolithic right here. We talking about. You talking about 12,000? This 16,000 to 15,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? This was going on in East Africa. You could down people right there, coming out of Afro-Asiatic people. You know what I'm saying? Afian people. You got your Nilo-Saharan groups that's always been in the middle, the southern Middle Nile regions, even their ancestors, because their ancestors were Mesolithic Sudanians. And you had your Niger Kaddofian people, which is the ancestors of the West Africans coming out of the West Sudan, going into the Green Sahara when the human phase finally happened, and they went in and they mixed it with Middle Stone Age populations. You know what I'm saying? That was already in the region. And then too, when you look up there, you see Eastern Iranian, that's synonymous with Iberian Marusian. Some people say Iranian, some scholars use Iberian Marusian. It's the same thing. So them population was already there, like, you know, they was already there by the time them people from the Red Sea Hills coming. That's where they get the Amadic. That's where the Amadic component even comes from. when you see these genetic studies, and you see they have the nomadic component, it was carried there by these Afro-Asian populations, because the most basal component amongst Afro-Asian groups is the nomadic or the motor component before even you start mixing with these back migration or these basal Eurasian populations for 20,000 of years. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I don't know where you get this West African connection from. With it, West Africans already come from the Western Sudan anyway.
I asked the question.
One of the
still hasn't
researchers
been answered.
states that. That's where he got it from.
That still hasn't been answered. I asked, what direction did the Ibero-Mauritanians come from to get to Jebel Sahaba and Wadi Halfa?
They never got there.
Y'all already were there, bro.
No, you're making the mistake of thinking the populations are the same population, or people actually traveled there. That's the mistake you're making. And if you read the Eric Becker thesis, which link I posted in the back, they clarify the relationship between prehistoric populations of Egypt and Sudan and prehistoric populations in Northwest Africa, and why at one time they thought they were all like mectoid. And they explain the reason for
even
that.
When you look at even when you look at the reconstruction of the Nazalet or whatever, that dude was mixed with Ibero-Mauritanian and some type of Afro-Asian type of people that was migrated in, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Where do the Ibero-Mauritanian groups come from? Can we all agree? Can we all agree that they come out of the Green Sahara, or no?
Yes.
No, they were there before the Green Sahara.
Not everybody. No, he talking about when the Sahara. Y'all about to say two different things. Let me shut up. I'm talking about something different. I don't want to mix mine in with y'all.
So y'all do know that the Ibero-Mauritanian is an upper.
Bro, look at this. Bro, look at the screen.
It's an upper North African culture.
Hold on, look at the screen. The Iranian culture and the East Iranian and Iranian, those are Ibero-Mauritanians. They just call them different names.
Gotcha.
This is before the this map shows before the Heliocene, bro. So they don't come out of the Green Sahara. They existed before the Sahara turned green.
Bro,
the Ibero-Mauritanians' closest relatives is the Druzana people or the Cambrian people that was already in Western Asia too. They related to them people. You know what I'm saying?
They're also related to the Tufians as well.
The Druzana people, some of the Druzana people back migrated into Africa 23,000 years ago, and these people mixed with Assyrian populations, and then that formed the Ibero-Mauritanian populations that we see, or the Iranian populations.
That's what I was going to say. If you're looking at Ibero-Mauritanians as continuity, people that's been there for a long time, then Atarians have been there for tens of thousands of years.
Yeah, the Tyrians been there. Yeah, they older. Yeah, the Tyrians are older.
300,000 years.
No, that's just Jebel. That's Jebel Yehud. Jebel Yehud is different than Atarian. Atarians are more modern. You know what I'm saying? Jebel Yehud was more. He was modern, but he was more archaic modern.
I'm talking about the tool assemblages, brother.
Oh, a Tyrian go back like 100,000, something like that. It's in the hundreds.
This is a message for Phila. He's saying it's cap that the Jebel Sahaba was not indigenous to Nubia. Again, here's a question for you. If there's populations that look like Jebel Sahabans that's been there for 50,000 years, how are they not indigenous? One, I know what you read.
Can you please provide a source, bro?
No, the source is
please. I provided a source, and I haven't seen a source yet from y'all to say different.
A source for what?
I showed that the Mesolithic Nubians were dentally related to West Africans. I'm also going to show that they're mectoids that come out of the Sahara and that they're not native to this area.
Bro, look at my screen, bro. Look what the West Africans are at. They're in the Western Sudan, bro. They already related to like Niger Cadofian people is already like a younger offshoot culture of proto Nile Saharas anyway. In contemporary Nile Sahara is just a more basal group that lives on. That's why they got A and B markers, and they got some of the earliest E markers anyway.
We know you may be able to show a source that talks about those populations being mectoids. What I'm saying is that's an old idea. And so the link that I put in the back end, Eric Becker and his thesis, which is like 1,300 pages long, if you read it, and I read it, it talks about why that idea is no longer in play. So you can show the source, but you're showing something that's outdated. And you're basing like a lot of what you're saying based on that outdated idea.
Yeah, and this area out of Oxford right here too is Africa from 48,000 to 9,500 BCE. That's what I got that map from.
And if you think, that those populations come from West Africa, what's the paternal signature that's a West African signature that shows ancient diversification in Northeast Africa?
Yeah, I'm not. Look,
what's the ancient maternal lineage from West Africa that shows this diversified in Northeast Africa? What's the lithic technology? What technology did they bring? What did they do? Who are their descendants?
I talked about that. I talked about that on the pre-Holocene Nubian page. I touched on it at the bottom, and I'm also getting ready to pull up the source, another source, and nobody provided one of them yet. But now we're gonna get into the skulls. Hold on, just a second. Go ahead and talk. But so far, I still didn't hear anybody tell me what direction the Ibero-Maurusians came from to get into Nubia. The answer is not, well, they've been there. Ain't nobody been there. The area was unoccupied. The area was unoccupied.
That's not true.
See, again, they didn't go into
No, that's not true. The area you talking about was not unoccupied, yo.
So you're telling me that Nubia was occupied during the early Holocene in Lower Nubia by these same groups, by Wadi Halfa and Jebel Sahaba, never left, y'all. This is what you're telling me. That Jebel Sahaba and Wadi Halfa groups never left the area?
Calm yourself down for a minute there.
You do know that it was a seasonal, they was there seasonally for extended periods. Then they would leave. You do know that, right?
Yeah, I thought.
Hold on. I got y'all. Just hold on.
No, let me hold on. Hold on, man. You can't just go stuff. Slow it down.
I didn't know that was. I didn't even know this was a debate. I thought that's a well-settled issue.
No, it's not a well-settled issue that people from West Africa inhabited. Hold on, wait. It is not a well-established issue that people from West Africa inhabited Sudan. No, it's not. Never heard of such.
No.
So I can. So I'm saying I could be wrong tonight, but no, it's not well-established though. And what you read didn't say that. That was my point. Not Mr. Nazir. What you read didn't say that. He said it had dental affinity. Never said that. Whatever you read didn't say what you keep making it say.
It said they're not indigenous though. You on mute.
I just want to say something. Can I just say something right quick?
Yeah,
you on mute.
Could you guys hear me? Or you can
hear you loud and clear.
Nah, you going in and out.
Go ahead.
I can hear you. Go ahead, Ngozi.
So
Ngozi's gonna kill it.
I just want to say I don't think that first of all, this is just my opinion. I think everybody on here is telling some truth because I know where Nazi Lee is going and what he's saying is slightly right. Joe Irish with the dental analysis, Niger Congo people and so-called pre-Nilotic. I'm just saying pre because I'm not saying that the language family is something totally different than the people group.
Yeah.
And according to one thing, I just want to say, those people diverged from one another in the Sahel 20-something thousand years ago. And if you study Joe Irish dental analysis on the Kepians' teeth was similar to pre-Bantu people. Not just that, but the Ibero-Maurusian, again, it has to be talked about in layers. Their Eurasian layer is close to Zudzana, and Zudzana is an interbringal and is a mix between Basal Eurasian and West Asian hunter-gatherer. Their sub-Saharan layer as a proxy, they use Yoruba and Hadza, but that's actually ancestral.
You left out a key point. He said during the time of Nubian Egypt. That's what he said.
Yeah, and
See, that's what he said.
And two,
No,
go add on.
I know that, but I'm not. No. This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying he said it. I'm saying it. I know what direction he's going in, but he's saying it slightly wrong. See, so this is what I'm saying. The West African is a mixed breed itself. The West African is partly ancestral North African itself. So here's the thing. My brother, me and Aspen had a conversation the other day. We talked about where the possibility of haplogroup E arose. My brother Aspen said somewhere west, probably, but not in the zones of West Africa that we see. EM96 could have arose somewhere in the western part of Libya. It could have arose in Upper Egypt. We do know
in the Central Sahara somewhere.
In the Central Sahara. So here's the thing: based off the article of sickle cell, the article postulated that EV38, which is 32,000 to 40,000 years old, it said it transgressed through the Sahara 19,000 years ago. Now we know that if we go back further in time paternally, E1B1B and E1B1A diverged from one another 30-something thousand years ago, right?
Correct.
So, now, according to the another point, if we postulated it came from East Africa, based off these flint tools, it links to those Cormarusians. This is thousands of years ago. So you have a lot of backwards and forward going on from East Africa to the Nile, through the Nile into the Sahara, because famines is going on, droughts is going on, and they're going backwards and forth. This is way before Afro-Asiatic language family came. This is way before Niger-Congo language. This is people groups moving backwards and forth. So what I'm saying is the shared affinity with Abdul-Marusians, it has to be looked at in layers. First of all, the Abdul-Marusian article says that the Near Eastern layer had a pre-Natufian-like ancestor because the Teferets were older than the Natufians, right? So where did that come from? Now we know that the Mushabians is the ancestral North African layer that mixed with the Cabrians and the Levant that became the Natufians. Those Mushabians is related to those Wadi Kenyan people, which is related to the Haplin people. If you go
we can't hear you though.
And the Mushabians carried a small percentage of a Mata component too, because some of their ancestors came from the Red Sea Hills.
That's the thing, Gullah. The pre-motor, which is Hadza-like, because Hadza had motor alleles, that's the layer that can be ancestral North African. Those people, right? I get what Nazi is saying. West Africans, I don't care how robust people think they look, they're also mixed. They're mixed with older populations that used to exist in North Africa without the later derived trace. Now, if you look at the recent studies of the Yoruba was 0.3% Neanderthal. Now, we know that the Zuzana, because they wasn't fully basal Eurasian, they mixed with West Asians. When they mixed into those Interians, they had the average amount of Neanderthal DNA. They had it. Neanderthal signals was found in them. It was small.
Yeah, just because them niggas in Jabiro and shit, the Mabir Marouge motherfuckers.
Yo, gotta watch your language, baby. Watch your language.
My bad.
That's what I'm saying. So if they came down, those Keithians whose skulls fall in proxy or fall in line with the Abdul-Marusians, those Keithians, and I'm postulating, could have been a predecessor root of haplogroup EB38 that transgressed through the Sahara 10,000 years ago, developed sickle cell in the wet phase of the Sahara, and took it south. Because you even find a later wave of Assyrian tools that found refugium in Senegal.
And Ngozi, I think.
Wait a minute, but hold on, man. Listen, I want to make sure I don't want my argument with nobody's. What I'm saying here is that this is not during the time periods of Nubia and Egypt, and that's where you messing up at, Nazi. If you talking about the Pleistocene, that's a different conversation.
So, that's why Nazi was trying to say that the Nubian, he said that's a totally different people. If you listen to him, he was trying to get to the point because Sudan had different groups of people there.
So we can ask him.
So,
Nazi, hold on.
So
Nazi, are you saying this? I'm gonna ask you again. Are you saying that was during Nubian Egypt time period?
Yes, sir. And what I was saying, I was showing you. I was showing you the predecessors. I was setting up the context for the predecessors.
Nazi, let me ask you a question. Are you saying? I don't want to cut you off. Are you saying that those Jebel Sahaba people were the Egyptian people? Are you saying that the Nubian and the Egyptian people, this when they become, I'm talking about 5,100 years
Yeah,
ago.
he said it, man. You don't got to keep asking that. Yeah. I heard
Hold on. No. I'm not saying that, Ngozi.
Okay.
I was clear. You heard me earlier. You heard correct. I said that there was discontinuity. The Jebel Sahaba, I got the source right here.
No, I actually during the time
it
of
can speak for
Nubia.
itself.
No, during the time of Nubia and Egypt, bro. That's a clear question.
Yes. At 5,000, hold on, wait. At 5,000 BCE, the groups that were there earlier leave. Other groups that I was trying to get to come into the area. They were Natufian. Hold on. They were Natufian-like people. They come from. You said where they come from?
No,
it's going to say it right here in the source. Where they come from.
The ones that left, where'd they go?
They went back into the Sahara. They went along the Sahara back into the Sahara where they came from. They were only coming to. Man, y'all all over the place. Let's get to the source, man. Let's get to the source. Let the source do the talking. So I don't have to talk. The source gonna say exactly what I'm saying. Pull the source up.
So
It's gonna say exactly
for the record. For the record, the last source you read did not say that. What it said was it had dental records that was like people in sub-Saharan Africa and West. That's what it said. It didn't say they was West African. I just want to let you know that now. I'm telling you, what you just
so let me bring it home there.
Okay, so bring it home then. And I'm saying that your time period is the outer order. The Pleistocene and the Neolithic is a hell of a range of time there, bro.
I was
you just proved the point that by the time those time periods occurred, you said it was a different group replaced them, yo.
Yes,
you know you said that.
Yes, there's discontinuity. Yes,
discontinuity. Okay, so then what? Yes, so what's the point? Because you just proved my point.
This is what I was trying to do. I was trying to show you who the people were when we get to 5,000 BCE when they're farming. I was trying to show you where they come from and who they were.
So go ahead.
Get a chance to get there, and that which is hard to do because we're on the panel and everybody got to.
No, we're good.
They need time as well.
No, go ahead.
So this is the transition from hunting to gathering. To agriculture, the transition from hunting gathering to agriculture in Nubia, dental evidence for and against selection, population continuity, and discontinuity. So far, these brothers have not pulled up any source dealing with the discontinuity. I'm going right here.
I like your source.
I'm going right here.
Nazi,
I'm going right here. It says right where I have it highlighted at right there. It says it should then follow that population discontinuity occurred after the Pleistocene. So we right on the tip of the Holocene, they're saying discontinuity occurred. Okay, so in the yet largest regional analysis of 12 lower and upper Nubian samples, including one from the late Jebel Sahaba, 49 individuals touched to 18 individuals. Such an occurrence took place in the Neolithic before 4600 to 4000 BCE, final Neolithic, according to
that source in the back, yo.
Or Middle Neolithic in homogeneity is then evident through the Christian period. However, as a contradictory hypothesis, this continuity would assume Wadi Halfa and Jebel Sahaba Tusker peoples were indigenous to the region to have had the potential to contribute genetically to subsequent people. A group and later agriculturists would then have represented an arrival of a new people at the advent of the shift from hunting, gathering to farming in the population influx hypothesis of Gallen. Let me go to the next section of this, where I'm really trying to get to.
You know that source kills you, right?
No, because they're analyzing the hypothesis. They're saying if. Hold on.
Watch this, y'all.
How's the source gonna kill me when it's only providing evidence that Al-Qaeda was indigenous? So how's it gonna kill me? And I already said that. I already said Al-Qaeda was indigenous.
Came from Natufian?
No, I said Al-Qaeda they were all Ibero-Mauritians.
No, that's not what the source says.
That's what I said.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Watch this, y'all.
They wasn't similar to that, bro.
Okay, we are down here. Okay, I'm gonna have to read a lot of this.
Yeah, on the wiki even say that it's the source from the wiki.
I'm gonna have to read
No,
a lot of
just
this.
watch this. Watch this horse killing. Watch it.
It say it say they distinct from the they distinct from the yeah.
And then the Tufians, yo, I know you know it say that, yo. I just wanted to see how long you was gonna go.
Said, hold on, wait a minute. You said, hold on, wait a minute.
Everybody in the chat and cheering. I was just waiting to see how long you was gonna that.
Who distinct from the Nubians? I don't even know what y'all talking about.
No. Aborigines and the Tufians.
They're related. What you talking about?
Yeah, no. It's the however the Jebel Sahaba specimens were postcranial distinct from the Aborigines and other Coel series of North Africa, and they were also morphological remote from the later Nubian skeleton series, and from fossils belonging to the Mesolithic Natufian culture. That would be population affinities of Jebel skeleton sample. Limb proportion evidence, the International Journal of Archaeological, and the population affinities of Jebel skeleton sample, limb proportion evidence. That's my source. I just
can I read now?
I just want you to rock.
Okay, I can read.
We ain't nobody had no sources. You tripping? I'm
assuming
saying you source wrong. Go ahead.
This is in the discussion section. Assuming phonetic affinities reflect genetic relatedness, Jebel Sahaba appears to divergent to be ancestral to succeeding Nubians, differing significantly based on 36. Go ahead, somebody talking?
No, I'm saying you are saying what I'm saying by reading that.
Oh, okay, all right. Based on 36 and 21 traits. Such findings were reported previously. These same studies indicate that Jebel Sahaba, Tushka, Wadi Halfa populations was not indigenous to Nubia or the region, instead showing affinities to sub-Saharan Africans, notably West Africa. This too is not new, and two earlier studies reported cranial similarities with sub-Saharan samples, West African Ashanti and late Paleolithic Ashanti, Ishango, Democratic Republic of Congo. What, do I need to go further?
What they got to do with Iberian Maroon?
Hold on for a minute.
That's a separate. I have to go to a separate. I can go to a separate source.
You don't have to. I don't want us to pass each other. I want to let you know.
One source, but is that the consensus?
No, you're saying what? Hold on for a minute. You're saying what I'm saying. Yeah, we can't be this confused, yo.
I don't understand. Like, why is this the area of contention?
Hold on, because nobody is disagreeing that the southernmost populations, right, that they're miscalling sub-Saharan Africans, would have affinities with populations in West Africa, like more. What we're saying is, but they're not West Africans, though.
When they said, hold on, wait. Let me bring
clarity.
Let me put clarity on that then. Let me put clarity on that.
No, it said have affinities with sub-Saharan African populations. I agree.
Can I put clarity on it?
No, but you can hold on. I don't want to clarify because I was quiet. I just want to clarify my position.
Okay.
When you started it out, you were saying they was West Africans and the thing, and I said Nazi. I said during the time of Nubia. I'm talking about pharaonic time. You said yeah, and then everything you read was actually saying that by the time these civilizations started up, that particular one population with those affinities in the South wasn't there anymore. So either way, you're not making that connection.
One of them stayed, Ankh. One of them stayed. The Al-Qaeda group stayed.
Man, I'm just saying what you reading. Yo, I
understand. If you notice, it's talking about it's going to go into Al-Qaeda. It's going to go into Al-Qaeda right below that and give you context for the group that stayed. I'm gonna keep reading. That's why I said I got to read all of this. This is expediently illustrated a two-dimensional plot of 36 traits among Jebel Sahaba, Al-Qaeda, pool lower and upper Holocene Nubian samples and 12 early Holocene samples, Holocene through historic samples from West Central and East Saharan Africa. Electronic supplementary material, no, I'm not going to read all like the italic stuff, of interest, the Ashanti crania from 41 comprised the Ghana sample near Jebel Sahaba. This is not me saying this, y'all. The latter's location shows it's akin to West Africans and 3 Central African samples, sharing traits common among subcontinental populations. None of these distances differ significantly. Supplementary material, except Jebel Sahaba. Inter-sample distances parallel geographical locations where dimension 1 approximates west to east and dimensional north-south. A sub-Saharan population in the late Pleistocene Nubia should not be unexpected. Why is this a surprise? That's all I've been saying, man.
Holocene, yo. That's what you just said.
I keep saying that you have individuals who think the brother African, let me see. African teacher feels this, and he's like a lot of others who feel that the early Holocene populations in Nubia were indigenous and they stayed in the area when they did not. They left the area. So other groups come into the area.
I know. So then why would you
That's
say?
the point I was getting to.
Okay.
He said that they were the groups that were still there and they never left. Him and Gullah said that. Him and Gullah said they never left.
All right, but hold on. But so then I'm separate from what everybody else is saying on that then. My thing was they wasn't West Africans. Remember I said that? What
you gotta understand what it means when it says West Africa, though.
No, let me do this. No, I don't know what I know what it meant. I was trying to tell you what it meant. So hold on. I was the first person to read a source on here about the affinities to sub-Saharan Africa. Remember, I was the first one to bring it up, though. No, let's not act like I didn't. And to show you I was, here you go. I was the first one to read that. We was right here with the Holocene settlement. Remember that?
Yeah.
We see that right here.
Yeah, you said. Yeah, you said it.
Not the Playa. Here you go. I read it. Not the Playa people have been the most similar to Negroes living in the south of Sahara. The present quantitative dental comparison, tentatively support this connotation. See, I never denied that. You see that? All right. Yeah. And they the dental. This is actually the dental records right here. All right. And they want to talk about. They really talking about sub-Saharan Africa. Say the fourth molar presence of E9717 is also suggestive of the sub-Saharan affinity of supernumeral teeth are rare in North Africans. That's also so I've never they supposed to be there. But I'm saying I want to make sure that I'm saying just because they got affinities with morphology in West Africa, that's like a different group. Because that's the sub-Saharan African population, which is actually diverse too. So that doesn't mean that directly when people hear the word West African, they actually say, and you showed the map West African. So I'm understanding with it. That's all I was saying, dude.
Yeah. These West Africans would be they would be Ibero-Mauritians who would have been in places like Cameroon, Chad, extending up into the Sahara, the Green Sahara. I should say this. Let me not say. I'm not going to say the Green Sahara. I just want to say the Central. I'm going to say the Central Sahara. So that way we can keep the green out of it. Okay. This is where these people were converging.
Are you saying Ibero-Mauritians are sub-Saharan Africans, bro?
No, I'm not saying that, but I am saying this. And what do you know that the Kifians were Ibero-Mauritians?
No,
they was mixed with Ibero-Mauritians. The Kifians were aquatic.
You being disingenuous, bro. You being disingenuous, bro.
Look. Hold on, I'm finna look up we can look up the reconstructions, bro. They say it was
everybody is mixed. I asked the question. Were those West Africans Ibero-Mauritians?
Some of them was.
No.
Okay.
I'm saying no.
Word.
Some of them was.
I got a book right here, bro.
Bro,
we
talking about.
Okay, Gullah, we agreeing right now. Watch this. Gullah, we agreeing with each other right now.
But I'm saying, hold on, bro. You
Go ahead.
Talk, bro. Damn.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that Jebel area, bro. That area was a oasis. So different people showed up to that area. You had Iberian populations that came there as a refugium, but the nucleus of the Kefian population was an aquatic population, which was like an older proto-Nilo-Saharan type group that mixed with Iberian Maroons, because they had wavy line pottery, bro. Wavy line pottery is a cultural signature of Nilo-Saharans. And then you had Onanian culture there too, with the spirit tips. The Onanian people were like proto-Niger Congo speakers. That's why we read up Joe Irish. That's why he said they had teeth similar to proto-Bantu populations, because they were in the mix too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But the Kefians, the thicket of the Kefians, they were these people that was mostly Nilo-Saharans that hunted hippos and crocodiles. And you did have Iberian Maroons in the areas they mixed with, yo.
Okay.
Can I make a statement real quick?
Now you're looking at it from the language perspective, Gullah. But when you read the survey,
the language, the ethno-linguistics as well. Because these people was aquatic population. The language comes with people, bro.
Okay. So I disagree with the aquatic association, but I'm not going to argue that right now. All I'm going to say is we're in agreement. If you can agree that, if you can agree that these populations were converging.
No, they didn't find the harpoon bones there. They didn't find harpoon bones there. They didn't find traces of them hunting alligators and hippos.
We'll be going in circles because we don't have a source.
They didn't find wavy line pottery there.
I disagree with what you're saying. I disagree with what you're saying.
You can't disagree with an archaeological finding.
I brought this up 2 weeks ago. I pulled out a book and shows you that they found 3 harpoons, sir. They found 1 to 3 harpoons.
What about the wavy line pottery?
Please stop. Everybody got it. Everybody got it. Everybody got it.
3 should be enough. 3 should be enough, yo.
Okay.
3
should be enough.
Man, come on, man.
I don't like to jump around. I don't want to jump around.
Gullah, wait. Gullah, we gotta get a consensus on this. Yeah. Can you agree, or Ankh, an African teacher, that West Africans were in the Central Sahara?
No, I disagree.
Yeah, they was.
Oh, the Sahara, but not in the Nile Valley.
Point proven. Point proven.
Nobody argue that though. Nobody, hold on, man. Come on,
hold on.
So let me.
Our ancestors come out the Nile Valley. We come out the Western Sudanic area of the Nile Valley, the Yellow Nile area.
I ain't talking about that far. I'm not talking about that far.
But I'm saying, out of that group,
right there in Egypt.
I kept saying it, bro. When I showed that map, that group went into the Central Sahara. That's what EM2 evolved. They was in the South Central Sahara. That's why you got the round head. That's why you have the round head art. The round head rock art is the proto-Niger-Cadofian people, Niger-Congo people in the Sahara.
So why is it a surprise that certain mectoids find their way back into Nubia? Why is that a surprise? That come from West Africa.
Because you keep saying.
Remember. Wait. This is the problem. This is the problem. Y'all view if a West African enters into the Central Sahara, y'all gotta fight the source, not me.
You mixing it up.
Explaining the source.
No, what are we saying? What are we missing?
This is now. You have to interpret and infer.
Metroids are not West Africans, bro. Metroids are Iberian or ancient North Africans. They don't got nothing to do with West African groups. They mix with them.
They're ancestral to the eventual West Africans that become us. Am I correct?
No, they not. No.
There's a split from
so they are ancestral. So you're telling me that Ibero-Mauritians are ancestral to certain West African populations?
No, certain West African.
Listen, bro.
You don't know enough. I'm telling you. You don't know enough.
Bro, listen. African teacher, don't piggyback when you brought nothing to the table.
He won't even let me
Don't piggyback off of somebody else. You brought nothing to the table, and you really gonna sit back and say you ain't even been talking. You've been quiet, and you gonna throw a shot like that? We try to keep it clean.
70 citations, and you can go through that citations. It goes through the whole record.
I'm
Bro,
gonna
you
blame
ain't
Ngozi,
abreast.
but
You
I'm gonna
ain't, bro.
blame you,
You
Ngozi. You let that
knowledgeable.
man play
You
like that,
knowledgeable,
yeah.
bro. But you ain't abreast on everything. Come on, bro. I'm putting
But
pieces to the puzzle together tonight that got you like, what's going on around here? And the source, it did come from that book. You know that book you had? It came from that book.
Oh, Fetty, we'll never know if I'm wrong because you stuck down there in the chat, so we'll never know. You chatty in the patty. Now,
Let me say one thing before I leave.
I don't mind being wrong.
Is saying because
Pull
the
up a source.
from a
He
certain
said he
way,
ain't pulled up a
that it
source
actually
yet.
came
African teacher. Pull up a source, man. I know you're knowledgeable, but pull up a source on this topic, on this subject. Pull up a source, man.
I got 71 citations that go over this whole thing.
We won't see him.
When Keita took the skeleton from Fayum and ran it in 4-disc, and it came up as looking like the Tita population and Zulu, that does not mean that those North Africans come from Kenya or South Africa just because they look like them.
Affinity is affinities.
That you're making.
Affinity don't mean what you're making it mean.
We agree.
A physical affinity is not a genetic relationship. It's people all around the world that somewhat look like Africans. That don't mean it's related to them.
I should have skipped that part because I knew that y'all wasn't up on that area. I should have skipped that. Man.
I was up on the
I knew I should have skipped that part.
No, I wasn't up on it the way you. I wasn't up on it the way you up on it. Meaning, wherever you talking about, I wasn't up on it that way. You're right. I believe you that.
So I'm about
Hey, Unc, show my screen. I got prehistoric West Africa, yo.
Hold on.
Deuces, y'all.
Huh? What'd you say? What'd you say, African tea? Oh, he.
Oh, he gone. But yeah, man, we don't come from no Iberian Maroons, bro. I bet we mixed with Iberian Maroons.
I had this all the right. Population affinities of Jebel Sahaba, skeleton sample, limb proportion evidence. This where I'm at. So I don't know what all y'all talking about. Whether somebody think they saying or ain't saying or want to say it. This it right here. The source.
I got this source too. Yeah.
Right. So I don't know what the hell. I don't know what. I'm coming with mine. So I don't know.
And he say they were not similar.
Patty talking about Fetty Wap. I don't know what you talking about. I don't know what none of y'all talking about. Go ahead, Gullah. You want to? I mean, man, Street
That's
Secret.
a good source.
Hey, read the abstract. Read the abstract. Kill it all and shit. Kill all of it.
Go ahead. You see it? It says Lower Nubian Apple Paleolithic site at Jebel Sahaba, Sudan, was discovered in 1962. I'm reading all that, man. I'm gonna put this in the chat for people to read it.
Skeletons from.
Make it bigger.
Man, y'all need to stop, man. I've been, man.
What?
Come on, man.
Here you go. Look, Burgess analysis. Look, distinguished Jebel Sahaba from Europeans, right, and circumpolar samples, but do not tend to segregate them from recent North or Sub-Saharan African samples.
Wait, go up.
Oh, you can read it. Go ahead. I'm gonna make it bigger so you can.
I'll read it for you since you were scared to read that part.
I wasn't scared to read it. Go ahead.
Okay, the Lower Nubian Epipaleolithic site of Jebel Sahaba, Sudan, was discovered in 1962. From 62 to 66, a total of 58 intentionally buried skeletons were uncovered at the site. Diagnostic microliths indicative of the Kadan industry. Is that the industry you mentioned earlier or no?
Yep, absolutely.
As well as the site's geology suggests an age of 14 to 12,000 years ago for these burials. In this study, the body proportions of Jebel Sahaba sample are compared with those of a large max looks like 731 population sample of recent skeletons from Europe, Africa, and circumpolar North Africa, as well as the terminal Pleistocene Ibero-Mauritian skeletons from Algeria sites. So this is not a large sample pool because they're only doing Algeria sites of Afala, Bo Ramul, and the later Capsian associated Ankh Dokhara specimen, as well as Natufian samples from the southern Levant site of El Wad. Okay, go ahead.
What?
I just wanted to see that. Okay, go ahead.
it's a bibliorite analysis distinguished Jebel Sahaba from the European circumpolar samples, but do not tend to segregate them from the recent North or Sub-Saharan African samples. Multi-terite analysis, a principal component analysis, principal coordinates analysis with minimum spanning tree and neighbor joining clusters analysis indicate that the body shape of Jebel Sahaba humans most similar to that of recent sub-Saharan Africans and different from that of either the Levantian Natufians or the Northwest African Aborigine samples. Remember when I said that? It said, importantly, these results collaborate those of Irish and Frankscus who using dental and oral nasal morphology found that Jebel Sahaba was most similar to the recent sub-Saharan Africans morphological distinct from the Penal contemporaries. Am I saying it right? The Penal contemporaries in other parts of North Africa or the groups that succeed them in Nubia. See, succeed them. That's after them in Nubia. So that's all I was saying. You were saying they was dead during the time. No, it wasn't.
What
And it
year is your
wasn't like
source?
Huh?
What year is your source?
Just 2000.
What's
It's
the
like
2001?
That's out. That's old. No, 2013. That's old. But to use your source though, use Irish.
Oh, that's what I'm going to go back to. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, Irish shit is old too. Don't play.
That's not old. This 2021. This new.
Oh, all right. Well, then you.
That's
Okay,
why I said this. That's why I said this upgrade.
Oh, yeah, but it's still not saying what you're making it say though.
I can never finish. Y'all find points of contention with everything.
I ain't had not anything. Just when you start talking putting West Africans in Sudan, although they had families, but Jebel.
Because if I wanted to pick apart the article you just.
Hey, can you share my screen, Unc, real quick?
Yeah, don't read all of it.
No, I just want to. I ain't read all of it.
Yeah, don't. Because at the end, we 4 hours. We did too much.
No, I was just showing this right here, where I say the Teleref people, and he was saying that the Niger Congo people, the same people I've been and they not. And they say the sub-Saharan African DNA in the Teleref people of the Iberian Rouge and culture may be
different.
Yeah, may be represented by modern West Africa. And they say right here, 15,000 BP. Niger Congo speakers may have migrated from the Sahelian region of West Africa along the Senegal River and introduced L2A1 into North Africa, resulting into the Mauritanian peoples of Berber and Tunisian heritage. And it was like in the Neolithic period too. So this where I say that the Telerif Iberian Rougean components where it have a mixtures of things, you know what I'm saying? So they have a component of West African people or ancestral West African people during the Green Sahara that met up with these Iberian Rougeans and mixed with them, and they had their DNA. You know, so that's how it works. It ain't we come from no Iberian Rougeans, bro. We come from Niger Kadofan people that come from the Western. They come from the Western Sudan. They migrated into the Central Sahara, and some of them migrated into like northern areas of Morocco. But when the deserts were the desiccate, you know what I'm saying, they went into more Western African areas and they mixed with Middle Stone Age population that was already there. Who themselves are already mixed with Shumlaka people, you know what I'm saying, like the West African hunter-gatherers. And the Niger, we come from Niger Kadofan people, you know what I'm saying, because Niger Congo is a daughter of Niger Kadofan. And then you got Kadofan, you got single Kadofan, which is some of our ancestors that still remain in Sudan that speak, you know, languages that similar to Niger Congo.
So we'll stop right there for the night. So I think me and you confused. This what I thought you were saying. I thought you was trying to say that they was West African. You got somebody in the chat talking about the Sudan stretch all the way to West Africa.
They had West African affinities, yes, sir. And I'm saying they were these populations, these the Talfaret that he just read from.
Wait. It says sub-Saharan Africans too, yo, not just West Africans, but sub-Saharan Africans.
Yeah, they mix because they mix.
Africans they're looking at West Africans. That's crazy.
They're looking at
mix, it, bro. Because they mixed. They were different populations that met up at oases.
Yeah,
it was different people. It was diversity.
Okay, I'm not arguing against any of that. All I'm saying is, if you're saying the same thing I'm saying these people are meeting up in the Sahara and they're going back and forth. It just so happened that some West Africans came over and they were these groups. They whether they were mixed or what have you. And I'm saying this. And I'm saying this also, that the Ibero-Mauritanians had variants all throughout North Africa. So if you say Talfaret, that's not representative of every Ibero-Mauritian culture. If you say Mekta Afalu, that's speaking about Northwest Africa. That has nothing to do with the variation of Ibero-Mauritians over near the Nile Valley. That has nothing to do with that.
They all were similar.
Similar, but they were very.
You know what I mean? It's like you got Nile Valley.
Everybody relax.
We agree.
Hey, Nazi, look.
We agree on that. We agree on that.
Hold on. Do you see this map?
Yes.
Are you saying that people from all the way over here, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Senegal, came all the way over here to Sudan?
No.
No, they weren't there at first. No, West Africans West Africans in the Neolithic, in the pre-Heliocene, they weren't even that damn. They weren't even south. They remember.
So that's all I was saying the whole time. Yeah. What was you trying to say, yo? That's all I was saying, yo. I want to make it clear.
It's like a trigger word.
No, it's like a trigger word. You gotta be. No, it's not a trigger word. I'm saying they're gonna clip you, bro.
It's a trigger word when y'all hear West Africa. Y'all think that somebody has to be on the coast. You don't.
On the coast. So where West Africa at then?
Bro, they work. What I'm saying is, like
I'm asking you,
just like people. Okay.
No, we're not.
Okay, let's look at this map, right?
Yeah,
you got
West Africa.
You got go back to the map. Go back to your map.
I am. Hold on. I'm trying. What you mean? I ain't triggered nothing. I'm asking you. But
you got people. You got
Nigeria. Come on.
You got Ibero-Mauritanians in Tunisia. You got Ibero-Mauritanians in Algeria. You got Ibero-Mauritanians in Libya. You got Ibero-Mauritanians in Morocco. You got Ibero.
You got the Eastern.
Now let's look where Niger is.
I see it.
You see how close Niger is to Lake Chad?
It's Jebel
right there. The Sahel is right there. You had wet spots still in these areas, even though it was aridity and it was desertification and it was dry.
Long way, yo.
People were still able to move around, but then sometimes you see them disappear. So what I'm saying is that a lot of these groups were converging in the Central Sahara. They were converging. They were mixing. Blitz talks about that. How you think the aqualytic comes out of the Nile Valley and makes its way into the Central Sahara? So you basically saying somebody from Sudan came in. So how come people from Sudan can come into the Central Sahara, but West Africans can't? West Africans came.
West Africans come from the Western Sudan, bro.
I'm talking about back migration. I'm talking about
West Africans are not Ibero-Mauritanian. Ibero-Mauritanian spoke some language, some ancient North African language or some shit. I'm sorry, Roger Blanche talked about.
But they're giving birth to variants.
What are you talking about?
They're birthing variants.
They didn't mix heavily with Niger Congo people like that. Happened sporadic. Even the numbers in Europe ain't even that big, bro.
So when the Capsian culture comes in,
the Capsian cultures are the ancestors of Proto-Berbers and Chadic people. And them Chadic people mixed with Nilo-Saharan groups that's in the Saharian groups.
That's it. That's all they mix with. They just, you know what? We're gonna pick y'all out of everybody that's around here. We're gonna skip past all of and we just gonna mix with y'all.
Oh, that's the people that's there.
All right, man. It's
Saharian people there, and it's Niger Congo people that are below them, the Onanian people. who are the Nanny and Spirit tips.
I'm not disagreeing with none of that.
People, modern day Chadic people, when you study their DNA, they mostly come from people that come from the Egyptian area, which is the Capsian culture, Libyan deserts, because the Chadic people is the southern arm of the Capsian culture. And they mix in with Nile-Saharan.
How does the Capsian culture come way from the Levant? So the Capsian culture can walk way from the Levant, huh?
They don't come from the Levant. They mix with people. They mix with people from the Levant and with indigenous population that's already from North Africa.
So what about the Tenarian culture, Gullah?
The Tenarian culture, or the Tenarian culture, or Sahelian people, or a certain type of Nilo-Saharan people who practice pastoralism, and it spread it amongst aquatic traditions throughout the Sahara. That's what the Tenarian culture is.
Culturally, who were they?
Who?
No, I'm saying culturally, who were the Tenarians?
The Tenarians, the Nilo-Saharians. They just
Nilo-Saharians. They go into the Sahara.
So you saying? I'm saying. So where you saying they come from?
They're the Sahelian branches of Nilo-Saharian, and they overlap the aquatic people, the Keithian people, and they just learn. They add on. They learn and get absorbed to they more pastoral cousins.
Okay,
they got caught on the wave. They got caught on the wave of pastoralism because they in the east.
Okay, so do they mix with West Africans?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. What and so the Capsian culture, you say you don't believe that they came
what you mean
from,
about West Africans at this time? You talking about Central? You talking about Niger Congo population?
The West Africans that I'm speaking about. The West Africans that I'm speaking about are in the Central Sahara at this time.
Yeah, Onanian cultures.
Yeah, they're in Central Sahara.
That's what I'm saying. So when I say West African,
no. So we just gotta be more clear, yo. You feel me? Because people will take that and put it up. You get my point though, right?
But I get you, but that's the point I was making. If I'd have got there, they left the area.
You had Proto-Mindi people that are them some of the oldest northern people of those northern regions.
I think we got.
You had Proto-Mindi and Proto-Atlantic Congo people that was in them regions before they even moved further west.
For the chat, because I knew that may become a problem, but that's why you got to look at these dates, because the West Africans that I believe, this is just me, that I believe in what the articles are saying, that the West Africans that came into those areas, they left. They did not have a genetic effect on the following groups that come in after the 1,000+ year hiatus. Because it's like a few thousand years before anybody else comes into Lower Nubia. So you got to have that context as well. So we're not on here saying that West Africans become the ancient Nubians.
Bro, you still got the Dothian people there. You still got related Niger Congo people that never left, bro.
You have to say where. I'm talking about specifically not Central Sudan. I'm talking about Lower Sudan, the northern part.
Yeah, they can leak into those regions too.
At 10,000 BCE, those groups are not there at the time.
You got Kadophian people in the Nuba Mountains, bro. The A
group come in after the hiatus.
The A group.
Jebel Sahaba and Wadi Halfa.
No, the A group come out the Red Sea Hills, bro. They Cushitic speakers.
I know they were if we would have got to it, they were the Natufian like people that come into the area. We never got there though.
Yeah, but they only Natufian life because they mix with back migrated populations, but they still Cushitic people. Cushitic people are very basal, even though they got back migrated, you know what I'm saying, admixture, but they're some of the most basal populations are like the Retric speakers. You know what I'm saying?
I have no problem with that. So now we can see why those people in those areas have the certain affinities that they have, but we never got a chance to get there. But that's where I was going with that, because that kills that blue black old theory that we used to have.
So you did all that to do that?
And who
that's confusing as hell.
We never said Nubians were Dinka people. They Nubians.
Nubian Hills. You put us in the Nubian Hills. Hey, Mr. Metro, don't say that the people in the Nubian Hills was the original Egyptians, yo. We're gonna fight for that. He said nigga from the Nubian Hills, yo.
So they leave out those groups of West
Oh,
African
man.
affinity-like people. They leave
Not
out.
a Kerma culture or Nilo-Saharians, but they become mixed into that population too. You know what I'm saying?
The
Mixed into
Kerma
that.
culture stems out of the Al-Qaeda group that I spoke about that was in Central Sudan, Upper Nubia. They were mectoids who basically become grasshoppers.
No, they're not mech.
They become, listen, bro.
They're not no
They
mectoid.
become. They
Mectoids
say
are
it in the article. They say it in the article, bro. They say it in the article.
Bro, Kerma people are not no mectoids, dog.
Okay, well, I'll say this. I'll say they mix with Ibero-Marushi. You keep looking at it like it's Talfaret, it's Mecta Afalu. Bro, they vary.
The Kerma culture, if you saying that these Cushitic people are being Marouge, I don't, like, what are you saying, bro?
They had
like the Kerma culture mixed with the Gash group, who are Cushitic populations, you know, from the Red Sea Hills, but the Kerma culture are Nilo-Saharian people, bro.
I'm telling you,
like Nilo, that's Sudanic. They come in, bro. Look at their religion. They coming in with the divinity, sacral kingship. The archaeology,
other people coming into these areas, bro, bringing this stuff with them, man, and they merging these cultures together. The Al-Qaeda culture at 12,000 BCE becomes the Kerma culture, the Karjuka, and all the rest.
Nah, bro.
We'll stop right there.
To
I
be
appreciate
continued.
everybody came through. Did you never? So we want to finish. The to be continued next week. We went 4 hours on this one. I'm trying to figure out.
Hey, it was lit in the chat though, and the numbers up a little bit too.
Oh yeah, that was good. That was good right there. Y'all was going in. Huh. Very interesting there. You should have just said Naga in that area, bro. You went all the way, then you went far. We all went far. It was a far one.
Bobby Banger from the block, seen it all raw tough. Streets of Baltimore where survival's always rough. Joined the Marines fighting for a life he could save. But back in the hood, he felt like a runaway slave. Started an army, not of guns but of wisdom. I'm a rock squad, truth the anthem, we ain't just a God killer. Bobby Banger on his path for the truth. Empower the people, give them wisdom as the proof. Black power rising, knowledge shines like a light. He's fighting for the future, ready to ignite. Selling drugs on the corner just to put food on plates, but deep in his heart, he knew he had greater fates. From the traps to the lab, he fights ignorance raw, teaching evolution while shaking up the law. The real black atheist is changing the game, waking up minds, never the same. God killer Bobby Banger on his path for the truth, empower the
Man, look, you listen to your host, man. Bobby Banger, man. Y'all know what it is, man. 3 the hard way, man. One of them shows, man. Appreciate you, Gullah Geechee. Good information, man. I think the bros did a great job, man. We're gonna go back over the show, see what we got right, see what we got wrong, man. Man, shout out to Mo, man. We're gonna be in South Carolina, man, next week. The Never Scientific Conference, man. Look, man, appreciate everybody to come through, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe, man. Subscribe to the new channel, man. Science Advocate. Advocating for science, man. The super clean channels, man, these days, man. So your print on the internet, man, be righteous. You know what I'm saying, yo? Because they fighting, making sure that we ain't getting this information, man. We want to make sure we got everything straight and on par, y'all. So yeah, man, make sure y'all subscribe. Get all this out of here, man. I want y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channels, man. Subscribe to all the channels. Science Advocate on YouTube. Make sure y'all get that. All right. Put this in the chat for y'all, man. Make sure y'all subscribe. You know, I appreciate everybody that came through today, man. It's a great show, man. We're going to keep the information going. And we appreciate all the supporters, man. We ain't playing with this thing, man. We're going to keep it right where we're supposed to, man. Man, big up to everybody, man. Discreet, man. I see you, man. Black Panther, I see you. Sonic, man, we see you, man. See you, John Nix, man. Appreciate you, man. Contrarian thinker, man. I'm trying to be funny, yo. You say Sudan went all the way across the whole. I don't know, man. Look, we just enjoying ourselves around here, man. Look, it's all good, man. Y'all see what it is, man. When we get into it, man, we get all the way into it, man. Yeah. Y'all listen to the community skeptics, man. Look, with that, we out. Appreciate everybody that came through. Hit that Cash App going out the door. Like and subscribe, and we out.